Wonderful.
Good afternoon to our viewers. Here we come again. For the people, by the people.
I don't know why you like sounding like Sol Jai. Maybe you're doing some commentary or something. Siri Jambe commentary or Sol Jai. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Gambian new journalism for you, Senator.
Oh yes, join the list.
But oh boy, away we go. Whistle
Yes.
back, no time. Throw in them to Starlight.
Oh yeah.
You don't remember that.
Why do you have to mention? You Starlight they go on Angle. All you spoke was Swedish, so you know.
What was that?
Yeah. It was a football team. That's Musa Jeng's childhood football team. That was in the 60s.
You think Musa Jeng will play soccer?
Well, they said he played for a team called Condorang in the 60s, so nobody was watching.
Karu, kananying dangku. Kilingko gizni.
Okay. Maybe stay in the sidelines trying to strategize. You know what I mean? Senator.
Mr. Strategist.
Hey?
Those were was it a couple of days ago, and here I saw something from Banker on that WhatsApp group, Save the Gambia Democracy Project. I was like, whoa.
Oh, what is this? I saw it too.
Banker money. I think he's graduating in July.
Oh.
Yes.
You know.
He's gonna be a lawyer, right?
He's gonna be a lawyer.
I feel sorry for those lawyers who have to.
Oh, I swear. Banker will argue you to death.
He will.
And all with a smile, with no, no temperament or anything. But
he always has a point. He always has to come with a point. Oh, yes. Baka. Yeah, it's STGDP meetings. Oh, this is going to be short and sweet. That means we'll be there for 5 hours. Oh my God.
I know, right? Myself, I probably will be in and out today. I'm not all that exclusive here, gang.
Understandable. Now, our good brother, Sariang, he's not going to be joining us.
Today Sariang is not here. Okay.
No, he's going to be busy at work. Quite a few things. You know how this thing goes sometimes. But, we'll give it our best. Pap Samba. So
yes,
what's going on? Well, we had the by-elections from what they call it again, from
Afdai Ward.
Afdai Ward. And I guess predictable, some people would say. NPP, they were able to retain the seat. Of course, now looking at social media since last week,
hope people voted. Probably it's just like 200 against 300 or something.
No, I think the turnout was better.
Oh,
in fact, it was better than what was projected by at least the team of MS Salih. But I think their projection was maybe about 400 plus voters, but I think over 600 voted.
Oh,
so. Yeah, NPP was going to win this by hook or by crook. They were not going to lose to AST. It was their seat anyway. But I think the guy who was there absconded, went to Europe or America, wherever he went, and never went back.
For real?
Yeah.
Wow.
But again, so what messages? Just like we did from Masembe when we got the results.
Masembe. Stop calling him Masembe.
Hey, yeah. Denga mispronounce Sukuta or block Firek. We're gonna have an issue.
We had Pasaba, what are we getting from the Hafdai Ward? Does it really mean anything? Does it mean anything? What are the messages we're getting from that by-election? It was an NPP seat. They ended up retaining it, with all the hoopla. There were a lot of expectations, though. People thought that this MSJ, the PPP candidate, very popular from Afdai, So most people were thinking that he might be able to pull it off. Apparently, he didn't.
But probably he didn't get all the support. And NPP, I know they went there with all the bells and whistles, how you call it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think it was an election that was, because the UDP was not part of it. NPP only gets real excited, and because of the UDP did not contest. So even with that, they are trying to make it a UDP loss, even though the UDP did not even have a candidate in the elections. So it looks like I think any elections in the Gambia where the UDP and NPP are not going at it will be a very low-key one. And this was very low-key, especially on social media. You can see that it was not like it was with the Masembe elections, because of, NPP even had ambassadors coming down to campaign. This time around, I think it was a lot more localized and all that. And I think it was more youth-driven. The candidacy of MSJ, because of it was the Galaxies and all those things. I think the most prominent supporter that MS had was Tumanjai.
Oh, yeah.
One of, supporting him.
Tuma, yes.
Yes. But that was so NPP won. Chances are they spent a lot of money. Like they do. They have
they spent like 10 million to get 200 votes, probably.
Yeah, it's just. I think the guy had about 300 plus votes, and MS had more than what was projected, because I got a note from one of his people, and their projection was, if they were able to get, they were expecting. Let me pull it up. They were expecting 400 plus to see whether, if they get, I think 260 votes. That's what they were thinking, 260 or something like that. That then definitely they would win it, because they were thinking that no more than 400 people will. Oh. Okay, their projection was that they were going to get about 264 votes. And they projected turnout was.
Let me ask you this: was projection before the elections?
Yeah, before the elections. In fact, I'm surprised.
Was the projection before the elections or post after the results?
No, you project before. You don't project after.
That's what they projected.
Yeah. Musa, you're the strategist. So that's what it is.
My internet is playing tricks on me again.
Well, you live in Atlanta. You live in Atlanta. So let me take the final results. I think I saw the final results somewhere. Yeah. But I know the UDP is definitely trying.
My internet
NPP is trying to make it a UDP.
I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, most.
We can hear you.
No, my internet is not.
Your connection. For some reason, mine is not the best either. Where I am.
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me, Fatu?
I can hear you very well. I think we lost him for a minute there.
According to the unofficial results,
yes,
I think the Mr. Bartholomew Koli got 601 votes, and then Salu Jallo got 317.
Koli is for NPP.
Yes. Koli is the NPP candidate. So you're looking at almost about 918 voters voted. Out of a possible voter pool of 1720. So, it is what it is, and it was going to get nasty.
Is it?
Yeah, because there were some audios leaked where people were in fact getting tribal with keep Paul Jamfar and that stupid nasty politics.
For real?
Yeah. So, but the good thing was MS is just this level-headed kid.
Yeah, I think so.
Refused to be drawn into that.
Yeah.
Said, I am not going to engage in that.
Nastiness, mom, it's gonna come anyway, anyhow.
No, they're sick.
We just have to be immune to it, I guess, in Gambian political discourse.
No, it's crazy. And
No,
I don't know why we always have to bring everything that we do tribal when it comes to politics, this tribal nonsense. Like I
not
tell
just
people,
tribal, outright nastiness,
it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why we can't just go and have a conversation about our policies without having to insult people. And it's just the politics of insult and
Yeah,
denigration, and it's just utter nonsense.
too much.
But it is what it is. And
He's young, and this is going to be a good experience for him.
yeah.
And this is his first time, and he definitely tried. Even the courage to stand for it. It's something that and we definitely need to cheer him up. It doesn't matter what party he is.
Oh yeah, and he's very mature, because I saw his statement accepting the results and congratulating, the Mr. Kohli, which is nice. And we saw that even in Kiang.
Yes.
After the elections, these two candidates came and hugged it out and went their way, because that's what it should be. Because you just go to people and tell them, you know what, select me, I'll be a better candidate. So if they select the other, just accept the results and move on. There is no need
on.
for
That's it.
this animosity, insulting all everybody, and it's just our people can be very backward sometimes, Fatu.
Gambia, we have a long way to go, though. But politics everywhere is like that. You just have to.
Trump has taught us that it's not only limited to Africa. He's the nastiest amongst everybody.
Can you imagine? No. But I'm enjoying the tariff war with China.
Oh no, I love China.
We think we're all that, but China every day is just putting us in our place.
Oh, yeah. I just love it.
Yes.
And the what is interesting is
he keeps saying he's discussing with China. They're going to be nice. I'm going to be nice. China is like, we're not talking.
Yep. He's a liar. He would lie about anything.
Let's do what we. And
he would lie about anything.
Senator, when Trump won elections 2016, I think that's when we also had our transition from.
Yep.
And I'm like, I told people, well, Gambian Americans, we're not clapping yet, because Yajame is out in the Gambia and Yajame is in the USA. And people were thinking, but you see,
and the thing is, the way that he's been able to destroy the institutions in this country is just
but that just shows too, because almost 77 million voted. He is speaking for people. He's acting for those people who've been waiting for this kind of opportunity.
Oh yes,
to do what they want to do. So they will just let them be. Let them be. After this is going to help people to really know, what we're thinking is that really a good thing for the USA. But unless they have it, but let them be. We'll see.
And what is good about it, though, the DI, I was speaking to somebody at my job yesterday. She came there, we were talking. We're talking about this DI thing. And she said something that is she was, most people thought when they were talking about DI, it was the minorities. But you see, white women, I think, are getting they are the ones being affected more than
hardest. Yeah, because people keep, they don't really catch the calculations or how things are going. This, is affecting the whites more than
No, it's just I don't know what happened to Musajeng and his internet, but I think that's what happens when you live in a third world country. And I've seen our good friend Mai Fatty had a press conference. I think that was the shortest press conference ever. And everything, I don't even remember anything that Mai said, because everything now.
I missed that. What did he say?
He was trying to defend his position about what he said about the prosecution and all that stuff. But what had happened was there was something leaked. Like he had a write-up that they said he used chat GPT or whatever because it was there. So I think when they confronted him with that, he said, no, it was Casa TV.
Well, that's fine. Everybody does. You can use it for editing. It's not going to write for you. You will write it and use it for editing or something.
But he was saying now that it was Casa TV that hacked his page and put it. I'm like, you don't even have to go through that. Just
No, you don't mention. You don't say
you don't
that.
mention it. Just
Why would
focus on
Casa TV no?
because he was like, and then said, he didn't know Casa. So of course he knows Casa. Now that lady is like the lengthy messages that he wrote to wish me a happy birthday and all that stuff. So I'm like, and this is why political messaging is important, because you cannot just remove, because as soon as you
but you can use
yourself
ChatGPT and Grammarly and a lot of other
yes.
apps to help you do your work. Why would he even argue that no, I did not? ChatGPT doesn't do your thinking for you. You think and summarize it. If there's he can just admit without pointing fingers.
Oh no, he did. So that's why nobody remembered anything that he said at that press conference, because it's now focused on that document supposedly. I would have, Mai has been writing since the beginning of time.
Why would he
Before
even?
the internet was
Some of
here.
us, he's a lawyer. Some of us would
Yes.
want to check on our grammar, but not him.
Yep. So
And
I would have,
think he's very
hey,
eloquent, and he
I am
writes
not the
very
one
well.
who needs anybody helping me to write. I've been writing way before there was the internet. But again, here he was talking about, Casa TV hacked into this thing. They put it. I'm like, that's not even possible.
No.
How are they going to? But anyway.
He should not even discuss that.
No.
But what was the press conference for or about? What's going on?
It was part of the write-up. Mai has been doing a lot of writings. The interesting thing is with the next president of the Gambia, whatever he writes will be followed with a very nice presidential looking photograph of him, sitting. That is on his page. He would sit down with the nice photograph, then he would write about, but it was all about this thing that he talked about, the prosecuting Jammeh and all that stuff. And then there was something that he said to when
sometimes you guys are kind of hard on my dad.
No, that's Musa, not me. that's my comrade.
Okay.
That's my comrade. But there was something he said that that this next elections is a do or die, because if he doesn't want to go on exile again, if UDP wins, he would go on exile. Of course, UDP took offense to that. What have you done to?
But why would he go on exile?
Go on exile. So it's just one of those things. But
I
mean, I think also.
Thank you, couple. Yeah, I think they're just trying to dramatize things that need no drama, probably.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you, sir.
My internet is just, I don't know.
You live in Atlanta. When you live in a third world state, that's what happens.
But for whatever reason,
it's your location and the side of your location. If you're in a house, there are certain areas that don't
Fatu, it's not the location. It's the place he lives.
I was always. This is
you'll be surprised. Even here, sometimes I have that issue. It goes out and then it fluctuates. I don't know how to explain.
Move to the nation's capital and you won't have that problem.
Yeah, I know.
There's always this delay.
He told him for the longest time, man.
Oh yeah, he's stubborn.
There's always this delay, and I
can't hear about phone. About phone is in Africa trying to.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well.
Oh, okay. I thought that there is a delay. It looks like I'm having a delay. But anyway, sorry to our viewers, and I don't know, maybe I need to do something,
You need to move.
That is concerned. But what can we do? So you were talking about Mai and Pasamba again blaming him. I think Mai was just being Mai, playing the politics of it. The first write-up that he did, like I said last week, most people were judging not necessarily what he was saying, but more that the messenger himself, because Mai all over the place. I mean, very predictable. Today he's with the government, tomorrow he's against the government. Today he has a coalition with the United Democratic Party. Tomorrow he's on his own. That kind of a thing. So people always are very skeptical of my words. They don't really take it at face value. They think, there is a political opportunism behind it. And sometimes, rightly so. Politicians are they're always going to say or do things that will benefit them politically. That's what Mai is really doing. No different from quite a few of them out there.
I know, right? That's what
Themselves,
they.
the 2026 is around the corner, and Mai is like, I want to be a player.
Yeah, probably.
I sent him. Basically, I sent him an invite a few days ago, in hoping that at least we can bring him to the platform and then talk about this. Because one has to also give him this. He's been part of the struggle for a long time with us. The very change that we are witnessing today, he has contributed immensely to it. So he should always be a voice. Now, again, like I said, people, we all know what happened when he was the Minister of Interior, I think. Very powerful and influential. It didn't last long. So to me, this is the kind of conversation that I would like to have with Mike. What happened? What were the expectations? What was this fight all about when you were out there in Europe fighting Jammeh? What were your expectations? Have we accomplished it? We go from here as far as Mai is concerned, that kind of a thing. And I think that could be a very interesting conversation to have with him. But, he sent me his WhatsApp number. I tried calling him too, left a message. Yet to talk to him. And we've always tried to bring Mai to this platform, but we haven't been fortunate yet. I don't think.
Well,
No,
he should just brave you guys and come, because probably he has some information that's going to help. But for now,
I've tried him. In fact, I called him, Musa, before you sent him that. He gave you his number. I had called him. He didn't answer. I left him a message, and he had not responded. So he's my comrade. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully, he would have a change of heart and come. Or maybe he's just scared of the Nyanchos. He was scared of Banker. Maybe that's why. Nyancho body. So
probably Banker would,
He didn't get along with Banker very well, though. They really didn't. He said,
hopefully he would come, because at the end of the day, the essence of this program is just to expand the conversation. We cannot all agree, but we always guarantee anybody that comes here, even President Barrow, you'll be treated with respect.
Fairness, yes.
We'll ask you questions, you answer them. We cannot force you to say what you don't want to say.
True.
We will not disrespect you, and this is why when we have guests here, we don't open the lines, because we cannot control what a crazy person would come and say to you. So we'll just ask questions. If people have questions that they put in the comment section and we feel can be asked, we'll ask you. But we'll treat you with respect. We've had almost everybody on this program, including a lot of members of the government, and we'll continue to try to do that.
And I think it's important, because we cannot only be talking to ourselves. At some point, even the viewers, you guys are going to get bored. So we think it is important to bring dissenting voices, interview the Mai Fatties, interview government ministers, interview opposition party leaders. Because that's what this program has always been about.
True.
For the people, by the people, have this conversation in a manner that is civil. And sometimes, how politics is. It's going to get contentious. That is just to be expected. But
give a fair chance.
There was an interesting interview from Halifa Sallah.
Before you get there, Mose, I think it is important to just express our condolences to your friend Val,
yes,
who passed away in I think was it in Boston or Rhode Island, wherever.
Boston.
Who?
I came to him more than I do. I knew him through Baimale, because when we were bringing Baimale here, GAA, to honor him, one of the ALDs, he was the point person that I used to talk to. And I think it's absolutely sad. He was here in the United States for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of good things written about him by people who lived with him in those communities. So just wanted to express our condolences to his family and to all those who know him, people like you, Musa Jang. I know you guys went to maybe around the age groups or whatever, mates or whatever, So
you went to St. Augustine's, with Bice, a soccer player. He's
who are you talking about? Sorry.
Huh?
Who are you talking about?
Albert Valentine.
Yeah, he's Albert Valentine. He just passed away.
Uh-oh.
I think his funeral is next week.
Next
Sorry.
week.
Condolences, Musa Jang.
and a perfect gentleman, really. And always he and again he always used to watch this program, feedback. And it was a couple of years ago, I think, he got sick, and he gave it a good fight, really. Unfortunately, he passed away. And Albert, yeah, he's a perfect gentleman.
Oh,
I mean, very well known. I mean, you mentioned Baimale and GCPA, those annual events they used to have at Washington and the Sangmari here in Atlanta. Albert would always attend these with the family as well. And I still remember going back, looking at his text, he would say the eagle has landed, when he gets to Atlanta. Full of life, really, full of life. May his soul was in eternal peace.
Amen.
Brother Bal, they called him. And he was a hell of a soccer player too as well. Why by Malelanak? By his mom, definitely Nitamla. Yeah, so condolences to Bice as well, Yvonne, and the niece that lives here in Atlanta, Marie Therese. So, Pop Samba, getting back to, you sent me the link, and I was able to listen to the interview, Panderi Toure and Halifa. And before that, there was this talk on social media, something that Sidi Jata said, basically saying that, I mean, Halifa actually should consider running again. And this is because back in 2021, Halifa basically said, this is going to be my last hurrah. And then all of a sudden, within Doi circles, there are people pushing this idea, and Halifa Mom dafa wara ñew run, because he is the savior. He's Mr. Integrity, he's Mr. Honesty, and Gambians are ready for somebody like Halifa. So some Doi folks are pushing that. And not only Doi folks, we're talking about Sidia Jata. Sidia Jata is Doi. If Sidia can go out there and say money, then you need Balal. Halifa should be able to put his head in the ring. And some other folks, I think Pasamba, you're one of them, you think it's a terrible idea. And listening to the Halifa's interview, it looks like I'm not sure that I would say that he completely addressed it. He didn't say no. All he said was, that's not the issue. Vintage Halifa. What did you get out of his response? Did he say, I am not running? Or is he just saying, look, that's not the issue? What did you get out of that?
Knowing Halifa for as long as I do, which is over close to 38 years. Damn, I'm getting old. You know, Halifa is not the one to be forced into answer a question that he doesn't want to answer. I do not think he's going to run. In fact, I believe he's not going to run. But I also does not want to think that he wants to come and tell people, I am not running. Just like Usainu is not telling people, I am not running. There are various reasons for that. But to me, I think it's a very terrible idea if he were to change his mind. And the reason for that, you said something that maybe Gambians are ready. No, Gambians are not ready for anything. I don't see any way, any way in, and so we've had this conversation, that Halifa would win elections in the Gambia, presidential. You can delude yourself into believing that, Gambians would go and vote for him. No, they are not going to vote for him. He will run, and guess what he's going to have? 3-5%. That's it. And they would sit and just reduce the elections into, if we had voted for him, then that other person is going to come. No, they have not been ready for him. The guy has been in the political space for how long now? Yeah. He's been in Gambia's life politically, in other ways, socially, politically, since 1977, when he came back from his studies.
Yeah.
And has been in politics, whether it is Voice of the Future, whether it is DOI and all these things. So at least for the past 40 years, he's been a fixture in Gambian lives. When you talk about integrity, oh no, he's honest. Oh no, he's not going to be corrupt. He's not going to be do. They hear all these things. But when you go to elections, it's Gambia. What they want to hear and what they do are totally different. So
And
I
then we
believe that,
expect different results. Yep.
so to me, anybody who loves Halifa and wants him to maintain his integrity will not even try to encourage him to venture into that. Because if there is one thing that he is at least can be known for, is that he's a man who tries to go by his words, you know. So going back on his word to contest an elections that you're not going to win, just so that few people can be satisfied with, or if Musa man, this is my thing. It has never worked for anybody. Just ask Jawara. When Jawara said in 1991 in Mansa Konko that I'm not going to run for the 1992 elections, few people cried. Without you, the country will not move. And guess what happened? He ran 1992. Within 2 years, they overthrew him. Within weeks of his overthrow, people had moved on to the new king, that is Jammeh. So, of course, people will always tell you, and they are not saying it looking at what is in the interest of Halifa. They're saying it to satisfy themselves. That's it. So I do not believe that Halifa is going to run. And of course, we are all human. You may be intrigued. Like if I come to Fatu, you must run. Fatu, you need to run. Fatu, you know, Musa said, Fatu will start thinking about it. Maybe, you know what? Maybe it's not a bad idea to run.
She's thinking about it. Fatu Jaumane, I'm always talking to her about it, going all the way back.
Musa Jang is itching for a strategy, role of a strategizer.
So nobody wants to
now he is checking every corner who is going to give that to him.
Nobody trusts him, so he wants to go to the
we are eventually going to have that conversation, because what is very apparent is that we don't really have, and this is not an insult to some of the women that are into politics, we don't really have women who are actually running and be seen as seriously running for the for the office of the president. And it's unfortunate we don't really have. We have what's her name again, Madame Sok. She kind of gave it a shot, and we also there was the Dr. Toures, the former vice president. There was Aissatou Sedi as well. But I think it's about time we have young, dynamic female candidates out there rolling it out and saying, you know what?
Fearless and principled.
Fearless, courageous, and competent as well, and saying, you know what? I am going to run, and this is my team, and we're taking it very seriously, and to be taken seriously, not just running for the hell of it. I mean, and I think we need to have this conversation. That's why I always, if you remember going back 15, 20 years ago, and this was when we were talking about, when we were into this NAT and this coalition building. There was this talk that maybe at some point, the folks like you, Yasofi Cisse, these are competent, courageous, honest people. They've been at it for a while, so their heart is in the right place. Nobody will question their competence. Now, whether our Gambia is ready for a female candidate, it's a whole different ball game.
But you'll never know until you try it. Zainab Ghanim is telling you that now she's also thinking about running too. So you have to. But like coming back to the Halifa thing, Musa.
I was gonna.
I know the guy. I love the guy so much. The last thing that I want to see is for people just because of, and you know what is so easy to have people around Serakunda who voted for him the last time talking about, oh, he's the only solution. That's not enough. You're not going to win. Why?
No, but I want to push back on that. I think it's a cop out to say that. Well, so basically, you're telling me if there was a possibility that he could win, then maybe it would be worth it.
I'm not telling you that either.
No, but let's look at what you're saying. You're saying
no. Let's be clear. You said, are you telling me? I'm telling you. I'm not telling you. Let me tell you this. And we've had this conversation. I believe that even if the whole opposition parties came together and said, we want you to run, If it is left to me, he will not run. Because to me, I believe he has given his word, and that's just what it is. Move on and do other things. Help guide a process. Let's have another candidate who can come and change the country. And you know, Musa, the biggest problem that Africa continues to have is our insistence that without this person, nothing is going to happen. We've seen it in Rwanda, and we'll just watch and see where Rwanda would end up. This is how they get Kagame to decide, you know what, I'm the only one who can run this country, so I'm going to also change the constitution so that I'll be president again and again and again. At some point, you'll be so focused on being president that anybody who says, you will put in jail, and that's what he's doing. So my thing is, you gave your word publicly and said, you know what, this is the last time I'm going to seek for this thing, elective office. That's it. People should leave him alone. The guy is not, Halifa is not a young man anymore. He just turned 72 years ago, recently, Musa. All his life, he's never rested. This guy had never had a holiday. He works every day of his life since I've known him for over 38 years now. All right? Leave him. Let him stop. Let him continue writing his books or do whatever he is doing. But to try to drag him into running, I think is really selfish. Especially, I'm not talking about any outsider. Anybody who is inside trying to get him just so that you can satisfy yourself that, you know what, he's the savior. No, there is no, you know what, we cannot just be hanging on to saviors. He had had many chances. And what did they do? 3 points to 3%, 5%? And then all of a sudden people want to believe that, 2026, everything is going to change. If he runs now, he's going to get 50. That's utter nonsense. It's not happening. Yeah. But anyway, Fatu, I don't know what your thought is.
But what is Halifa himself saying? You said he had an interview. What did you deduce? What did you get out of that interview? What was he talking about?
No, he didn't answer the question direct. To Halifa, it's not a relevant question.
Oh.
That's what he is. Like, the relevancy is not whether he's going to run or not. So there are more important things to worry about as to whether he is going to run or not. Because what he's saying is, it's nobody's business, because it is his right that every Gambian has to decide if he decides to run also. But I don't think he wants to give that question's legs. But he doesn't also want to go and emphatically say, I am going to run or I am not going to run.
But that would have helped people who really think he should come out of, from the shadows and give it a shot. And don't discount him. If he wants to come back into the fray, so be it.
No, he's not retired. He's not retired from active politics. He just said, I'm not running. And I think that's just...
he said he's not going to run.
Yes, that's what he said.
Oh.
Well, Samba, like you, I also wrestle with the idea that in our politics, really, we don't have people that are consistent, people with integrity, and they will come and say something. And Halifa and most of those Doi folks are associated with that. But I don't also think the people that are basically, you see, and it's not only Doi that is suffering from this problem. Halifa, Sidia, Samsar, they were on this project for almost 50 years. You can call it that. They have given up everything for the very things that they believe. Doi, what the Gambia needs is the Doi message. What Gambia needs is a different kind of politics. What Gambia needs, they've been working at this for a long time. They haven't been successful electorally. Remember now, electorally, nobody will question their impact. The reason why a lot of people are quoting the Constitution, and I think the Nyom Halifa, they have a lot to do with that. Now, if you work on a project, Fatu, for a long time, and nobody doubts, now you can blame it on Nyom Halifa, that they could have the succession plan, and we're going to get into that, because it's not only Doi, even UDP, they're wrestling with it. UDP today, if Barrow were to be gone, that party is going to fall on its face, collapse. Now, if you work on a project for a long time, come Nyom Halifa, you believe in it, and then you look around yourself, you're beginning to now basic pasa mayolinga nonu, and again you could blame Doi Tamit, but Doi without Nyom Halifa, maybe Doi is going to fall apart. They will be forgotten. So the people that are saying na Halifa no run, I think they're desperate. They're looking around. Who is out there? When we talk, I said that maybe CDS should be the guy. So CDS ran before. But you kind of keep looking around. We had this conversation. I'm like, maybe why don't they try the National Assembly member from Wuli is Swaibu. But the party needs an individual that represents the party. Because we all know the politics that is going on. You see people, they will come and be for the government. Tomorrow, they oppose the government. There is this going from one party to another. Doi doesn't want to get into that. Nominate somebody in a key way. The next day, the person flip and go and join the government. So now they're playing it safe. They're looking at themselves. They don't want the Doi, whatever you call it, project to fail. So the people that have been with the party for a long time, they're saying, well, maybe we should give it another shot. Maybe they're thinking, in as much as I don't share that, the Gambians, if you make a son and name, what Halifa was telling them in 2021, they did not listen. I think they got the message. And if he were to go out there and put up his candidacy, this election cycle is the election that he could make the difference. Do I share those sentiments? I don't. Like you, Pasamba, I don't think he's going to win. Now, there are situations, if we had a coalition of parties, if we had a situation whereby we say, you know what, 2016, we came together to bring about real change, transitional change. We were not able to do it. This time around, all the parties are going to come together and we're going to need somebody like Halifa to lead this transition for 2 years or whatever. And they tell him, look, whatever you promise the Gambian people, we want you to come and do this. I mean, that would be something that I will support, knowing that there is a possibility, an iota of a possibility that, because Gambians are not voting for Halifa because they disagree with his message. They're not voting for him because they don't think that he could win. So even soft supporters of Doi, if it comes in 2021, most people will tell you the reason why Halifa did not get to the double digits is because most of his supporters didn't think he could win, and they decided to vote another candidate. Unfortunately, those are the calculations that tends to go on, and I don't think that it's going to be any different come 2026 if he were to put his hat in the ring. Now, do I understand a Pasamba, a Doi supporter all his life? Somebody who really look at Halifa and look, you've been consistent. Don't get into this mess. Don't be just another politician. I get that. But I also get the other people that are kind of very scared. If we don't have a Halifa or a Sidia, I mean, the Doi project is just going to go on the wayside. It's unfortunate, but that's just the nature of our, that this problem that Doi is dealing with as a party. Definitely.
I think Doi should either continue with who they are or what they are as a party, or they have to have some successors. They cannot be just lingering there. People are like, are they around or not? I think if they are genuinely interested, they should continue and give it a shot. Or, bring up I'm sure they have other younger members of the party that they would want to see continue their brand, as Musa Jeng, as you're alluding to. But in politics, how are you going to, especially with Gambians, you are not going to be 100% certain or sure. Somewhat somewhere there can be alliances, and you're not going to guarantee, okay, this is my party now. I have Musa Jeng and Pasamba, and now they want to do certain things. You cannot control that 100%. You can only guide it. So they will either have to be in, and if they are in, they should be in it, or let us see whether they have, their successors are up, if they have any team underlings that can move the party forward, because now we don't know whether they are completely out or in. And if CDA is a top member of the party, the co-founder, if CDA is suggesting Halifa should run, Halifa should either run or say, I am not going to run. And I think if he does, whether he wins or not, if they keep and maintain their position in the whole situation, it might help. You never know what's going to come 2026.
Yeah, and Musa, you were talking about the succession thing.
Yeah.
You see, I think sometimes when we look at our opposition parties, we forget something. I'm not talking about all these new ones that are sprinkling everywhere coming.
Mhm.
There were times when it was very difficult to have anybody who would be part of the opposition in the Gambia. We dealt with them, we were working with them.
Mhm.
Because unless you had people who were sincerely committed to what you were doing, for the most part, you were on your own.
True.
And you look at the UDP, after 2016 happened, there were a lot of new UDPs.
Yeah.
But let's not forget that the UDP struggled to find a candidate for 2016. Do we all remember that they even had to put an ad in the papers for those who wanted to contest and really to apply to be members of the party? Adam Barrow would tell you that he had to be convinced, pretty much his hand had to be forced by AGM for him to say, you know what, let me put my heart in the race. Because and he would tell you what people were telling him. You don't want to go into this. Jame would kill you. So not a lot of people, Musa, were interested in being part of the opposition in the Gambia. Just like our struggles, we used to go to protest and have 5 people, 6 people, because people did not want to put their necks out. Now, if you are a party like, let's say, Doi was not a party that was built out of, let's say, most of the other political parties during that time. You're Sirif Diba, you're mad at Jawara, you form your own party. You're Sirif Sise, you had your disagreement with Jawara, you form your own party. You Asan Musa Kamara, you had your differences with Jawara, you form your own. Because that's how they were forming their parties coming, especially after independence. But Doi was one party, just like the PPP, who came with a strategic objective of we are going to form a political party because of our objective is to achieve A, B, C, and D. Because let's remember, PPP came about because of the disenfranchisement of the people in the protectorate. And they come together and say, this cannot continue. We have to do something. Let's come and form our own political party so that at least we will fight for our interest. And this was how the Protectorate's People's Society, then Protectorate's People's Party to People's Progressive Party came about. Though it was these young intellectuals who came about and say, this Gambia, this country needs to change. We have to change the mindset. We have to change this thing. Let's come and form a political party. That's how it was formed. The UDP, whatever people might say, was formed out of convenience or inconvenience. Because when Jammeh decided to say that I am going to ban the political parties, NCP, GPP, and PPP decided, you know what, we have to find another way. Let's come together and form another outfit that can at least challenge this military government. So when you form a political party like that, you're not just going to allow it, Musa, like you said, to just go away, especially with some of these characters that we have. Look at the many people who were around Usainu Dabo during the 2021 elections, when everybody thought the UDP could win. Where are they today? As soon as the results were called, a lot of them went about their business, because what they came for was not the agenda. What they came for was the opportunities. So, like, if you're a party like Doi, of course, you have to be very conscious of that and say, okay, how do we make sure that whatever we started is going to be maintained or at least enhanced? Doi does not like young people who can lead that party.
You think so?
It does not.
So
There
what are
are
they going to do?
there
No,
are a plethora of people.
no,
Like
but
you mentioned Swaibu. I have
yeah,
zero problem with somebody like Swaibu. He's a man of integrity. He's a very
okay.
smart guy. He believes, he has core beliefs, and can easily be the next section general or the presidential candidate of the party. The Usman Silas of the world are there. You have a whole lot of people.
Senator, but that's not realistic. If Doi wants to continue, they will have to have people in the party that are younger, not just the 5 of
No,
them.
but they are young people. And one thing that people mistake too, Fatu, we had a congress, elective congress, in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
The next elective congress is, I think, later this year or sometimes next year before the elections. that's when a new batch of executive members will be elected. Now, people are rushing and say, oh, these people need to move away so that we'll bring in the new ones. They have a mandate. So it's a choice that they have to say, you know what, we don't mind sitting until the next Congress and people can vote new people.
It cannot be that way. It has to be a mixed. But at the same time, though, it cannot predict, oh, we are so pure and we are not sure who is going to betray us. So we are not going to encourage growth. That's it's not, that's not realistic, especially when it comes to politics, especially dealing with Gambians. We know how things work over there. You know, they're not going to bank on that, because that's not going to happen. You just do what you need to do your best from your strategies, from your groups, from your try to grow the party and try to make it strong. But you cannot be 100% sure that along the line Musa Jeng is not going to disappoint you, or Pasamba it's not going to disappoint you, or you're going to have a small disagreement and then Pasamba is going to go out and go join Barrow or go, you cannot control that in politics, in dealing with human beings. You just do what you need to do. Make sure their message is clear. Make sure they're trying to grow. Make sure they are pushing their younger ones up front, giving them voice too. I mean, but to be 100% sure, or we are nervous, we are not sure, whether we need to grow a party because we cannot trust folks, it's not going to help the party either. If they want to stay relevant, they will have to take steps to make the party relevant, and that includes everybody, young or old. Look at your strategies, how you can adjust it, but to say, well, we cannot do this and that because we're not sure these people are going to stick with us. When you're dealing with human beings, you have no control over that. You just
but that's not the question. That was me talking. I don't think
I know. I'm talking in general.
Yeah. So I don't think the party has said no. We're not going to allow. There have been a lot of other people.
I'm not saying that either, but from what I got from what you're saying, and because they are almost kind of dormant. So that's what I'm trying to say. People love them. People respect Halifa and Sidia, but why is it that they're not voting for them? They should come up with other strategies, trying to convince people or bring along young folks, and if they want to stay in politics. That's what I'm saying.
No, I understand, because when you say
it's understandable. They did their best, I guess.
Yeah, the reason why I laughed was during his interview. So people, yen da ngeen wara door fu mu nekk nii si benn chini ak sabari ak and
that's not them.
Yeah, but in fact we've done. Though you used to do this theater, and they, in fact, even the last campaign, there were a lot of sabars and all this thing. People, and I know a lot of people who will tell you know what, man, I would rather vote for Halifa Weismo, vote Halifa, I'm voting for Barrow. People, or voting for Usenu. People were saying that the last elections. And it's that mindset. It's like, your vote, you think that, you know what, no, I'm not going to vote for Fatu, because if I vote for Fatu, then may take votes from the other person, because I don't want the other person to win.
I have that problem in Gambia. We are not, I think we are just lazy voters. Mm-hmm. We are not patriotic, Oh, I'm not going to vote for Musa, because if I vote for Musa, then Pasamba is not going to win.
Yep.
Who does that kind of rationale in the current present day politics? We have to know what we want and we go for it. All of us, some of us, like after Jamil left and after Barrow, we're like, this is it for us. Let's just but you can't. At some point you cannot. You will come back and because our conscience would not let us. But if we are in the game too, what's going to happen? I'm not going to vote for this guy because that other guy is going to win. If I do that, it doesn't make sense. If we are going to gain any grounds, we are all upset. We're not happy about the way things are going in the country. So it's either you vote for the party that you think should win, or we are going to band together and bring in a fresh perspective, and that is duking out with the best of the best, and we can do it. But that's where the laziness comes, because they're like, oh, we cannot take out UDP, or we cannot take out Barrow, we cannot take out so and so. No, if we have a perspective, we know what we want, we can do it. Both these parties are they're not bigger or stronger than the Ajame. But when we're ready for business, what happened?
Definitely.
Yeah, we just lazy voters, and I think somewhat.
No, we are lazy. We are lazy,
Yeah,
and we have our politics that
that's
has
what I'm saying. And we
become
want to be
so.
like Senegal, we want to be like Burkina, we want to be like other places, but we don't want to do what it takes because of our biases for so many other reasons.
Well, I'm listening to what you're saying. When people make those calculations, it's because they're just lazy. Manfo Woman Fatu is really about lazy. I think sometimes we underestimate these voters. They're very calculating.
That calculation is what I'm telling you. That calculative part is what I'm telling you. Because guess what? You're not going to give it to Jeng, because if you give it to Musa, Pasamba is going to win. Okay, Pasamba will lose, but then Musa Jeng is going to, and we're going to complain. Oh, look at our mistake. Why did we give it to Jeng? We all knew, but we didn't want Pasamba to win. So we gave it to Jeng. Look at what happened. I'm saying, if we want to get out of that conundrum, if we want to make a complete difference, then we will have to take radical steps to fix that. You know what I mean? You hear where I'm coming from?
You're making perfect sense.
Exactly.
I hear you loud and clear. And it's always been part of our politics. Even when we were fighting Jammeh, we always had this situation that, and that's what led to this whole idea. In the absence of a coalition, the chances of defeating the incumbent is almost impossible.
Exactly.
Because voters are going to make calculations like, you know what, like we had in 2021. There are people who really thought, based on Halifa, his role during the impasse, and all of that, we all thought that Halifa was going to do better than the usual 4 or 5%. So there are people, again, Seni is saying, how do I know what's happening in Doi? Seni, we're all making analysis. Obviously, I'm not part of Doi, so I don't know what's going on. But what I know is in 2021, there were people who would have easily voted for Halifa if we had a second round of voting, but thought, you know what, I don't like UDP. I don't want Oseinu to win. So you know what, I am going to vote for Adama Barrow. That's my default. Am I going to call those people lazy voters? They know exactly what they are doing. Unfortunately,
that's the laziness, because you said you want to give it to someone else because you don't want somebody else to win, because if you're ready to get rid of both, that's going to take a lot, and you're not ready to risk it. You're either going to win it, or you lose it. You're either going to win it or you lose it, and the advantage of a coalition is different. There's an advantage to it. You bring in Musa Jeng to a coalition because he has integrity. He's principled. People love him. Maybe he doesn't have any followers, but they do. You bring in Pasamba, probably he's in the middle, but then he has a lot of supporters, and you bring in someone else. Oh, maybe he's not the ideal candidate for the country, but he controls a pocket of people that are behind him. So always in a coalition, you have that advantage. But this is always Gambia, it's not easy. If you want to fix and get ahead, you are going to try the toughest, of the toughest.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt it's a challenge for all of our parties. Like Pasamba went all the way back to the PPP days. There was a reason why Jawara was hanging around. Some would say that Jawara was just ambitious, but there was also a reality that, you know what, if I were to step aside, everything that we've worked for, and it's unfortunate, it's going to fall apart. And then you have all these camps saying, hey, did it people def. Some camps are saying to do it.
But in politics, eventually it will fall. Musa Jeng, you're in the US, all the parties of these great presidents, the Lincolns, you name all these great presidents, the Kennedys.
Right.
When you come to entrepreneurs and business name, the Vanderbilts, name them, and those billionaires, then where are they today? It's not good. Nobody is going to protect your party forever. You can have some influence somewhere, but don't put it in your head that you're going to have, nobody has control over. Jawara tried it, failed. Yeah, Jame failed. um
Sirif
uh,
Mustafa Diba, NCP.
Mustafa Adiba failed.
Mhm.
Barrow, he's gonna fail. UDP, he's gonna fail. Don't put it in your head that just do your time, what needs to be done. You are not going to be able to control a future, whether it's political or business. Dynamics change, and then you will find yourself somewhere else. What is important is when you're in it, just make sure you do 110, but don't bank on it that you are going to be the best. Your party is going to stay forever. So you are cutting all corners. You are trying to do things. Look at what that one-time president from Georgia. What's his name again? He's from your hometown. The one-party U.S. president.
The,
Hey,
the
he
what?
passed.
The
He passed not
Oh, what's his name? Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter.
yeah.
Jimmy Carter just one term. What president in the United States historically from the beginning of to today who has more integrity today and respect more than Jimmy Carter?
No one.
He did what he was supposed to do or what his level of expertise was for the for 4 years, and he left. But when he was ousted, everybody knew this guy was a great person. He was not selfish at all. But these political parties come in the game, and they think they're the best for the country. They want to control. Sooner or later, they will realize they have no control over it. And the farthest you're going to go now in Africa, things have changed a little bit. You're not going to stay there more than 15, 20. Those who had that was long, long ago.
I
Not
absolutely,
anymore.
I absolutely agree with you. You're talking about the ideal. I'm telling you that the reality of our politics, and going all the way back to Jawara, this is what the parties are confronted with. I'm with you.
The realities can shift. We should take that out of our heads. It can shift. Realities can shift. Jawara never knew Jame would come. Jame never knew there's anybody in the Gambia that can take him out. And Barrow is putting the same in his head. So is UDP. It's not going to happen. It's going to shift. We don't have to encourage each other to hold on to that ideal that it's difficult to make Halifa president. It's difficult to take out Barrow. It's not going to be possible to put in UDP or no. Just believe and put together what we think is best for the country and give it a shot. If it works, salam. If it doesn't, there's always next time.
As an outsider, and I'm with you, I wish all these parties, like you run for the presidency, won twice, you step aside and have an open process within the party itself. Because for me, even if you listen to Barrow, during his interview, and he talked about, I don't want my party to die. And he's believing the only way, because he's looking at history and he's looking at what is happening to other parties, that the only way I could make sure the NPP stays forever, it's too early for me to step aside. Let's hold it together. But what he fails to realize is the only way that he can put a test to his party, if he were to step aside and have an open process to see whether these people, do they really believe in NPP? I think down deep, he knows that they don't. That the people, the supposed stakeholders, is basically a marriage of convenience. And without Barrow, there is no NPP. In fact, without NPP government, there is no NPP. If NPP were to be defeated in 2026, I can guarantee you that NPP is gone forever. Really, it will just become another APRC.
But if that's his line of thinking, that he's mistaken. If you want your party to be remembered, if you want your leadership to be remembered, you do things the right way.
Correct.
You don't cling to power because you think you can, because you have the influence and money. That will not let you stay. If you want your leadership and your name, you will have to do the right things from day one. You can't wait up to 10 years. Then you're like, oh no, I'm not going. And you're running all over. People are saying NPP and you think you're going to stay. It doesn't work that way. Sooner or later, he might get a wake-up call. That doesn't happen for no one in this world. Even if you're doing your best, it can happen for you much more. You basically not doing nothing, so.
It's a,
So Gambian politics is very, very interesting. And it was the structures of all our political parties. You even look at the youngest party, the party that came and claimed all this dynamism in what you call it, CA. They just had their congress. And interestingly, the person that was supposedly trying to challenge Dr. Sise for the leadership came out with a press release. I'm withdrawing my candidacy in the interest of unity and the growth of our party. So I'm like,
Oh, is the CA still on? Is it a party still?
yeah, they just had their congress. So
Oh,
there
no,
was this guy who was challenging Doctor for the leadership.
Move.
So they, in fact, they are claiming that challenge was the reason why they postponed. I don't know how true that is. Their congress to a later date. What the guy came a few days ago and with a statement and said that in the interest of unity and the growth of their party, he's going to withdraw his candidacy. And you see, Musa, the problem that we have is the lack of core beliefs.
Yep.
Because if you look at CA, I've challenged Dr. Cisse on that on Coffee Time. Their constitution is very clear that you cannot even contest for elections in their party for more than 2 terms. After that, you step aside and somebody is contest. But he's the guy calling it, saying, you know what, yeah, it's okay for the president to go for a for a 3rd term. You know, and you ask yourself, you formed a political party and your objective was, you know what, we are not going to implement term limits.
That's the problem I have with this party, some of these political parties in the country.
Mm-hmm.
You can have an alliance with Musa Jeng or UDP or NPP. Don't sell your independence. It's a collaboration. You know, don't give in your soul, the soul of your party. So I don't get it. Like you collaborate with Musa Jeng and you lose yourself in Musa's party.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing a collaboration or alliance. You are not that party. But because of they're not strong enough, they don't believe in what they believe in, and it takes a lot to stand on your feet in politics, especially so volatile and so how do they call it? Not so fickle as in the Gambia. You know, it's going to take a lot, and it's going to take some strength, you know, and courage and independent thought. You know, you can alliance with whoever you alliance, but if you have all these parties, and all we know about their party is this and just one person in you know, and they said, oh, this is a coalition, and then at some point you can't even tell. Dr. Aissatou Toure did that mistake. Her party should have been standing by now. It doesn't matter whether they fail or lose or collaborate or have an alliance. Fine, they started well. He was strong, because I think she had Madi Jabata behind her and few people. They should not have broken up. So is the CA, Doctor and the lady at Kefatu, Nene Gomez.
Nene,
yeah, very strong. They were young. They were strong,
excited. Very exciting.
They made us excited. Win or lose, don't lose yourself. If you want to be in politics, I know Gambians are very fickle. I don't care if everybody left. You know, try and maintain your core. Don't lose yourself in other people's coalitions.
No, they have subsumed into the NPP, and that's what tends to happen sometimes with these alliances.
Mm-hmm.
Because very easily you can just lose yourself and then pretty much become the party that you join. But because what I'm saying here is, if you're a new party, because they're the new kids on the block, they have this idea. Everybody was so excited and say, oh, where is this going? Then all of a sudden it's like, let's go to where we'll get ministerial positions and all that stuff. So, and it's just like Alaji Barrow wrote this piece. I saw you must have comment on it. Yeah. The price of being an opposition in the Gambia. Is the most difficult thing, because our people are so.
I would have respected Mai if he stood with. I know it was tough for him. It was tough for him to grow his party. So is Dr. Cisse and all these party heads that you don't even know that they exist until come election time or elections. It doesn't make sense. If you're going to stand against something, you're going to stand against something. You are there for country. If the time comes for you to make an alliance with somebody, make something, that's fine. But you're there for your country. You are not there just so when something comes up, you can just go and, doku doku behind the president or whoever you think you should, So definitely that's a disappointment. So that's not helpful, in our politics. It gives us the impression that they're not honest or sincere or courageous enough or strong enough to stand their ground. Imagine if Dr. Caesar was still his party with Nene, and I don't care. When elections come, they can collaborate in alliance with whoever. But I think they give in easily. They give in, like, they're not independents. These people had party. It's not easy to maintain an opposition party in the Gambia. It's not at all. At all. But at the same time, we don't want to just make it a token or something like that.
Oh yeah, the man and his unbalanced internet has gone again. But you are right, Fatu. And at the end of the day, I think Gambia would definitely need people who are more interested in the country than they are in positions that they occupy.
That's the problem we have. Everybody is thinking in that country, not everybody, okay, let me take a shot at politics, because they've seen Jammeh created this. Jammeh made himself king, and he got a lot out of politics. He almost destroyed the country for politics. Everybody's like, oh, we could have done the same thing. Look at this guy. Look at how rich he is. He left politics a billionaire. He left us destitute and poor, but he was a billionaire when he left. Same thing with Barrow. What's going on in the country? Absolutely nothing. And it's a hustle. Unless this is not a hustle ground. And unfortunately, I think some come into this game thinking, this is the shortcut I can do to make a mark.
Definitely.
So we need some serious thinking people who have vision for the country or for Africa.
Maybe Jeng should stop pushing people to run and go himself and run.
Why not?
Yeah, you're only pushing people here. Run. No, you need to run. Musa, what is stopping you?
Exactly.
This man and his internet. And if you
I don't even think he can hear us.
Can you hear us, Mo?
I'm so frustrated. Yeah,
use your phone.
I'm so frustrated with this internet now. And somebody was asking me whether they can call in to the show. That I'm basically sending the link to the people that I want to tune in, but that's not necessarily the fact. If you guys want to, I put the link right there on the 40 People by the People show. You can basically click on that link and we'll have you, because we want as many opinions as possible. That's what this platform is all about. So Pasamba, so what was the question again? I'm sorry, I was.
No, we are just talking about the fickleness of some of our.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mos, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I guess not.
This man.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Bro, I have to do something on this this internet after this program. Really,
you just need move to DC and you'll be fine.
Boy, Fofo is a ghetto. I can't move to DC.
Well, my internet is not doing what yours is doing, so
has nothing to do with.
No, we were just talking about the fickleness of some of our politicians in that country, and the need for Gambia to finally have politicians who are more in love.
Hey, Pasamba, Tajanawai. Our politicians are no different from the politicians we have even here in the US. Some of these Western democracies. Look, and again, I'm not excusing their behavior at all. Absolutely not excusing it. But what I'm saying is, I've seen here politicians in the US, and I always name them here, the Lindsey Grahams of this world, the current vice president. They've taken positions in the past, and now politically convenient, they're looking at their political career, what's in it for me, and they've changed their tone overnight. That is the nature of the beast. I mean, call it whatever you want to call it. Are they being opportunistic? Hell yeah, they're opportunistic. And I think that any ambitious politician who wants to be elected, you have to have that opportunistic tendencies in you. And also, it comes down to the voters. Because look, it comes down to us. There's a reason why. Look at what is going on right now. You go online. Oh, this person, opinion leader, get on a UDP, them na NPP. Tomorrow, that same person will turn around, get on a NPP, them na UDP. I mean, that's just, what do you make out of that?
Musa Jeng, we agree. We all agree to.
So this idea, unless we have decent politicians, that will never happen.
No.
People, they have beliefs. I don't even know what that is.
No.
You are always going to see people exploiting a situation to help themselves, give themselves leg up. I mean, to win an election.
That's fine. That's normal if you're dealing with human beings, especially politics, especially Gambians. But what I'm trying to say is we should not let that be the norm, or that should not. We have to just try. We cannot say, oh, you're not going to win, or he's not going to win, or Gambia will never change, or this. No, that's not it. You see what's right and give it a shot. If it moves on, fine. If it doesn't, fine. We cannot stop the fickleness or any politician or anybody who comes in. You can be as clean or as straight or as white as snow. If voters don't want to give you their vote, they're not going to give you the vote. No, but that should not stop people from trying, because there are going to be opportunists and there are going to be others who are going to be trying too. That should not stop us from trying or encouraging or trying to inspire. You never know who is in the corner who wants to run. We have to inspire them.
I've just been accused of being a secret. I mean, Suntu Dafe. I don't listen to Muslim side. He's doing.
No, I think Suntu Dafe should take that back. You are UDP. I wanted to. I didn't want to cut you. Look, I think I saw that. You remember we sold you to UDP. I still can remember during the coalition.
Karamba has the papers.
That is. See, but most UDP, they don't. You are the only one who is accusing me of that. A lot of them that are watching now, they'll be like, Patrick Hamud Limowa.
Really?
No, but Musa, there was something that Fatu said. And let's
we traded him. I think we traded him long time.
We traded him. Karamba has the trade papers. We traded him to the UDP a long time ago. But Musa, what you're saying here is just because in the West you have fickle politicians, doesn't mean that we as a country. No, hold on. No. They are not only in the Gambia. I am talking about the Gambia. What the United States does.
Pasamba, in politics, there is what we call best practices. In a lot of politics. So what I'm saying is this. I'm not trying to excuse the fickleness in our politics. I'm not trying to excuse.
That's what you're doing.
I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, it is the nature of the beast. I saw Halifa Karamba saying that the lifeblood of political is the commitment and value system of those that subscribe to it. Man, I get that. That's the ideal. But that's not the reality in our politics. We see it all over the place.
No.
We saw, they were dead PPP. They were with Jawara for a long time. The moment Yahya Jammeh took over, it didn't take long.
You know what, Musa? There is a lady sitting right here who authored something. You remember if the Gambia was to be invaded by the Chinese, the lady.
The moment.
Oh no, Senator.
Huh?
I like that, and I use that a lot. You remember when Fatu wrote, the one that got her in trouble when she wrote, "If China were to invade Gambia,"
yes,
that lady who would be the first person to speak Chinese.
I swear. They betrayed Jawara to a point. Even when Jawara came looking for support, and we will not give him that support. They dumped him at the airport.
Yep.
With his luggage. People that he made ministers and trusted for over 20 years. If you don't subscribe, even if you lose, that respect should be there, that this guy was my president. He gave me everything. He gave me every opportunity. Take him to the airport, bring him all the way to the Gambia. He's old now. But because when they knew they're not coming back to the ministers, they dump him. It was an Atlanta airport.
Yep.
Read his book. So Gambia is not a place when it comes to fickleness. We're the best, but that's we all agree. We know, but we're saying that should not be the reason why people should not try. there can be a shift. Some message can come across that can save us from all this. We can't bank on it, and we all know the fickleness, but we're saying, let's try.
And that's the thing, like Musa was saying, corruption is everywhere. In
Yes.
here, and this thing, now you have the most corrupt person occupying your White House.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that we should all say, throw our hands in the hand and say
It's normal. Exactly.
This going to go.
Exactly.
I am not saying it's normal. Let's go back to Doi and their experience. And when they thought what politics is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about the message. It's supposed to be about beliefs. It's supposed to be about telling the people what is in their interest. And a cynical person like myself, I'm sitting here for 40 years. What do you have to show for it? In other words, we are rejecting that behavior. We are not interested in that.
No.
As voters. I mean, looking at our, I'm not talking about the ideal now.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Guys,
I know.
Into these ideal, you have to have core beliefs. Gambians do not reward, and I'm telling you, even
proper. We are repellent to proper.
We do not reward that kind of behavior.
Mm-hmm.
The behavior that we reward more somebody, a demagogue, somebody who would appeal to our bad instincts
and abuse us.
Yes, and
yep.
Somebody who's in an abuse relationship.
Yeah,
that is the reality. My friend,
but then again, it can shift. We cannot sit on that, gang. We cannot. That's a human. No,
you can only
say there. It's there, but you never know. You will have to keep trying until somewhere.
What do you call trying? Let's look at Alaji Toure. Yeah. This guy, let me bring this guy on. I don't know what's wrong with my internet, man. I'm really mad. Let's look at UDP, for instance. For almost 20-something years, they were out there fighting to remove Jammeh. These are the facts. Okay? Now, every now and then, people who are supposedly supporting the party, they will flip. And you're like, what is causing that? Actually, they never believe in the things that the party has done for them. Or what one would consider the Kalamba call it what? The value systems. What is causing that? All I'm saying is maybe this is just the reality of politics. But Alaji Barrow said being an opposition in the Gambia is absolutely difficult.
Very.
Extremely difficult.
Because doing what is right wouldn't give you votes in the Gambia.
It would not.
No.
In fact, not only.
But at the same time, that wouldn't stop us from doing the right thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Look at what they're doing. Playing it safe. I know my internet is good.
Yes, man.
Okay, so please help me. Walk me through what is doing the right thing.
I have to.
Somebody's phone is ringing.
Oh, fuck. So there's this guy that I just put on. Hello?
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
This man looks like somebody who lives in the UK.
What's your name, my man?
In the UK, Keba Jack. So Musa Ramaham is Moko Chuhe, Limako Nun Red Namadugal.
No, I'm going to know him. Keba, you always want to bring people on.
Yeah,
we're always looking for that because
but what I've noticed is there have been shows and people were trying to get in, but you didn't get them in. But a couple of weeks ago, Yangi is the other guy Alaji Sow, which was it Alaji Sow from the Alaji Sow for Canada Laneka also dal.
Alaji Sow reached out to.
Yeah, but he reached out, but straight away it was brought in. Anyway, that's not a big issue. We're all Gambians, and then we all have the right to contribute. So
Absolutely.
That's fair enough.
Absolutely. And
that's
thank you
for
that's
fair enough. Anyway, thanks for bringing me in. So my throw my little piece. My belief my Gambians are not ready.
Yes.
especially the Gambian voters. They're not ready to listen to the truth and accept it. And because most of them are uneducated, it's hard to say, but they're uneducated. Xamuñ lu tax ñuy vote because they reward criminality. People who tell them the truth, they don't vote for them. But behind the doors, they will tell you that, hey, kii de moom dëgg rek laa wax. So lan moo tax ñun naka la ñoo def ba mun a génn si situation boobu noonu ñu jàngal suñ nit yi vote ne leen lii moo tax ngeen ay war a vote lii mooy seen right. Ba pare ñu ngi jéem a try to throw Halifa under the bus. Halifa is well smart. Halifa wouldn't come back and have another 35,000. Ba pare suñ jógee foofu ñu ne wax waxeet moo fi wax waxeet. Halifa have given them a lot of chance. We were free after 2016. After all what happened, we were free to choose 2021. And they give him 30,000 votes. So they're not ready. So man sumaneke Halifa, I will just leave it as it is. And then we choose someone. He will choose someone. If they believe in him, let them follow that person.
Yeah.
Just like Pastef did. Sonko bi munta taxawé ñi gëm Sonko bi Sonko waxé né nañ demal Jomay because of their policies.
No, I mean, Keba, man, there is only, I agree with the gist of your argument. We have a problem with when these people are ignorant. I mean, I don't necessarily.
They are Musa. Kui vote because mu ne suyer la buga. Gis nañ campaign bi ñu ci suyer. The American nit dina fa votal nit because
yes. But that's what I'm saying. That's where I was gonna go.
This is uneducated. How do you call those people? They're not aware. They're uneducated.
No, look, I agree with the gist of your argument that when everything is said and done, it comes back to us. And I was making that argument, Manila. I mean, if you're saying your principles, if you're saying that, let's say for instance, let's take Doi for instance, it's always about the message. I'm not going to appeal to bribing you or doing that or Dafna. They don't do that. They just basically go ahead and tell you, look, this is what we believe in, and this is the kind of change if you elect us. But I'm saying for the past 40 years, that hasn't happened. They haven't really listened to Doi. They haven't really voted for the very change that Doi has been advocating.
Yeah.
And like you said, so they may nyom siganao, they are yeah, no, Doi kai bro, definitely. Nyom, they're the honest ones. They're the ones with integrity. But they don't want to vote for them. So what does that tell you? I wouldn't call it now. Am I going to sit here and say that they are ignorant? I think they know exactly what they are doing. It's unfortunate. Even in the West here, that's what they happen.
Why Musa?
Who in his right mind?
Lolo mo ignorant, knowing what's right and doing the wrong thing. Lolo mo ignorant. I'm the kuy ñew di la wax ne sa resources you have to hold it by yourself ngeen control ko. Huh? Hold the military guy ki nga xamne sa is a military guy in Burkina Faso what he's doing.
True.
Huh? The whole of Africa fi mu nekk ñu ko celebrate, even Caribbean people bi sa ñu ko celebrate.
Yeah, even here in the US they celebrate him.
They're celebrating him. So this what's different from message bu mo wax ak li doy di wax from the last 30 years.
I'm sorry, my internet went out. Who are you talking about?
That Tarawale guy from Burkina Faso. What he's doing, this is the same policies is doing was resources in ko jël reinvest ko to
yeah, but Tarawale, we need to be careful. This guy wasn't elected to anything.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm not saying we should nañ wara am a replica of him. We don't need a military. Why mang la won ne mom sax li mo def sax is doing the right thing, although he wasn't elected by the people, but at least he's doing the right thing for his people.
Yeah, I mean that's another conversation.
I know. Why
I do not support this fly by nights. Man, I have the answers to everything. You come to the barrel of the gun. I know that I can do A, I can do B, I can do C. And then this person is doing what is in the interest. I don't know about that. And I believe, the right way to do it
Yeah. Anyway, let's not shift to that. Like, we have a bigger problem in our country rather than theirs anyway. Man fuma luma standard moy the Gambian voters are not well educated. Bugun sen bopa. Because kuy ñew di len jox xaliss pour ñu vote koku la ñoo votal. That's why dinañ nekk ci trouble bi nekk ni for the next 10 to 15 years. Bro, trust me, because man lima jëna naxari sa da nga gis people be in the west ñi nga xamne ñu ngi dëkk ci social housing. ñoom dinañ join party seen party in Gambia seen party duñ wax about social housing. Ban party in Gambia mooy wax about social housing. te yaa ngi am people in the west ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi dëkk on social housing di benefit from loolu di benefit from government handouts. te ñoom seen parti amuñ benn programme wala policy pour wax ne ñoom su ñëwee dinañ def social housing dinañ dimbale ñi nga xam ne nekkuñ di job xam nga. This is the only party kuy wax loolu mooy doy waaye pour majority of Gambians ñi nga xam ne aware nañ sax ñu convince people bi nga xam ne they don't know what is right lan mooy seen waala si dëkk bi pour ñu wax loolu nit yi sax duñ leen ko wax. This is where we all fail pour ñu educate suñ nit yi whether you are doy or not nañ war a wax suñ nit yi ne waxtu vote bu la kenn ñëw di la jox trans wala tànka wala di la jox saaku maalo pour nga votal ko wala isil la bohol pour nga votal ko wala ñuy coowoo baro isi na fi tali every corner dafa war a am tali the whole Gambia bu ndaw boobu noonu xola America xola yow state bi nga nekk rek electricity su fa fee problème la lu tax ñun ñuy war a braak ne ok gannaaw nugu kebe am na electricity baro isi na ko fa nañ ko war a votal ñu ngi tuutil suñ boppa government bi loolu right am la dafa war a isil nit yi electricity daf leen war a isil ndox li lañ war a wax suñ nit ne lii seen right la su eboo ñu isi a useless guy sax dafa war a isi loolu for not thank him for that. This is why we vote them in loolu warata tax ngay ko jox sa carte.
So, Pasamba, what do you think about Keba? We vote the way we vote because of lack of education. Well, he didn't even say lack of education. He's like ignorant. Then we're ignorant voters.
I don't know about ignorance. I think Sani Kartamate, Barina Gambia mom. People sometimes vote for the moment, and the politics of inducement has always been something very, very evident in the Gambia. And this is why if you're trying to change that, it's going to take you a very, 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 very long time to succeed. Because it's not the politics that we know. The politics that we know is politiki kumbel ki yayam golole papam sindahla, joh momo joh transu momo joh siger. Because that's the politics that has been there for a very, very long time. To change it is going to be difficult. I don't think all the voters are ignorant. I don't think they are. Most of them know exactly what they are doing. They are voting their interest. Maybe they are not voting for the long-term interest, but they vote for the short-term interest. But again, we have to look at this thing deep. When somebody is poor, if you are in abject poverty, which is very, very common in the Gambia, for the most part, Musa, you are more worried about how to feed your family in the immediate time than planning for the future. And this is why our politicians have mastered this thing very well. Some of them, Jammeh used to do it, the Barrow people are doing it and all this thing. On the eve of elections, they would go to some of these communities. Give Musajeng 2 arch, 5 arch, and all this thing. And some people, maybe not all, some would take it and put it in their pocket. Some would take it and vote for you. And that's not only limited to Gambia. Do you remember Usawa and Bobunono? Bunjo he Saku Cheb Jelal. Boy Saji Sanil, boy, why so Sanil Kolane, Homanaka. So you have communities all over Africa where people vote because you go to Kenya. Everywhere has different ways. In Kenya, if you are a Kikuyu, whoever is a Kikuyu distinct candidate and who you're voting for, overwhelming majority. Listen to their results when they're calling it. It's so tribal. Some people vote on tribal lines. Some people vote on other issues. So the important thing, we have to enrich our politics. Where, like, we come back to the point that we were trying to make earlier. We will have politicians who would discuss the issues and not go and buy voters. People buy voters. You look at the United States here. You think they are smart? These people voted for a guy who told them I can go on 5th Avenue and kill somebody and I'll still be voted for by people. He talked about I'll grab women's stuff. That's what he was talking about. Americans voted for him, even though he has been shown to be the biggest liar ever. The guy who tried to overthrow the peaceful transfer of power. So are you saying that they are also all ignorant? So it's not limited to Gambia.
Yes.
I think
I think they're taking his message out of context, or his phrase when he says the ignorance. What he was saying there, we know what is right, and still we refuse to do it. That alone makes us ignorant. Not he's trying to tell the population you are ignorant, that's why you're voting for so and so, and not for
I think I'll say a bunch of bopper.
Exactly.
He's not trusting anybody. He's just trying to tell all of us, you know.
Exactly, Lola. Musa yang madega.
Musa cannot hear you.
Musa cannot hear me.
Yeah, but I get your context. They are taking it out of context. Which
thank you, sister. Because Soko said it's quite amazing how we vote and the excuses they give out after elections. You know, those excuses are so shameful. The most of them they're little educated. Nothing changed.
Or maybe they're even very educated. They're very academically educated. But at the same time,
although they come maybe from
that mature decisions, then
exactly they might come from a very poor family or poor background, but that doesn't, that doesn't give them the right pull you what I think that law. They should go back to their family or towns or village, educate them.
We should be above that as a country.
Exactly. Swing level of expectancy, pull you enriching people with knowledge is very low. It's very low.
Look at even Senegal. If they believe that this is what's going to take us out of poverty, this is the kind of message we need.
Die for it.
They're going to go for that person. It doesn't matter what tribe or what last name or whether they're poor or not.
Exactly, sister. They will go all out for it. Die for it. Tell the message.
Yes.
Why? I don't know what's stopping us doing it. Yeah,
it's very difficult. We will do it, and then we are going to complain about the outcome when we are the very ones who,
Exactly. It's the shameful trop.
Yeah.
So lolo type man luma fog that it will take us another 20 years plus. Bala ñoo mëna am a youthful leader ko xamne dal maybe he will think wisely. Bring people together. Because
coincidence there, because the way we go, the pattern, but we can flip it. You never know.
Yeah,
we can flip
it. Is the problem
but the country people have to be wanting to do the right thing.
The people in power
not know it but don't do it simply because you think if I do this it's going to favor some other thing. We should not be thinking like that.
At the end, also, is the entourage that are already in government officials or in parastatal officials. No nekk di def corruption bo xamne is too much ba nga xamne ñu ngi feed the poor. So the poor itself, they're listening to those people to make a decision.
Yes.
So lolo ta pour change the voters' mind muy de nahari.
Yeah.
Because we have people in government, they are so corrupt.
Very corrupt.
Very, very corrupt. Ñom tam ñoy ñew di politique si ron di convince all the voters di len nax ne len so len voter len ñi li ma la doon may duma la ko mëna may ñi su ñëwé dañoo change nguur gi li ma am ni duma ko mëna amaat. So lolo tax may ñëwaat back into that ignorance again. Nga gis that voter again di believe in that government official boobu ne ki de moma de may añ moom mooy liggéey te dégg naa lim ma wax su ma votalee Musa wile moom du amaat lim ma may nii si añ waaye kooku lim laa may noonu du weji sam du saraleem li nga waroon a mun a bénéfité la lu waroon a dugg si keesi nguur gi ba nga xam ne yow mi liggéeyu di nga si mun a bénéfité at the end of the month
I'm ga yen intellectual yini. I mean, that's what people would call very elitist. To sit here on your pedestal, these people.
Musa,
Somehow,
remember one thing like after my baila.
Somehow,
I just give me one minute like after my baila. What I've learned when I come to the UK is, yeah, they use their tax money and make everyone have a little penny of it. So
my brother,
you will be entitled to sign on.
Don't get carried away. The voters in the West, they are no different from us, really. Man, there's one thing that I have learned in the US, looking at 2-3 election cycles. Telling you, they have the same vulnerabilities. Let's take, for instance, Gambian. They'll call them low-informed voters, call them ignorant. I happen to live in URR. Okay? What is driving their vote, for instance? First of all, they say, okay, Kimo is the president. Incumbency, anywhere you go, they have a leg up. Key is one of...
Most has frozen again.
Not even funny.
I think he's going to come back.
Hey, somebody call Comcast. Now,
internet
what they are...
internet Gambia nga ame.
What you would call for them, they are voting for their interests. Understand what I mean? You go to, whether you go to URR or you go to my hometown of Kaur, come 2026, those voters, their vote, they're just voting, they're just out of by being ignorant. No, there is a calculation that gets into it. They're voting for what they see as their interest. Do I really believe that sometimes politicians will exploit them? Yes. But I can guarantee you, in their head, in their mind, man kima votal, kimo madoi. This is the person la olu pour mo amen gurgi. This is the person that is bringing. That's what they believe.
Okay.
So if you as activities, you sit there, they're ignorant because they're not voting the way you want them to vote.
Okay, Musa Jeng, what's the purpose of your program? What's the purpose of this program?
This program is
why are you here?
To have a dialogue, to talk about issues, to disagree, because we do believe on this platform that in the absence of a dialogue, there's no way we will be able to evolve as, whether it's in our politics, whether it's what we would call in the interest of our country.
Okay, so are you going to give up this program simply because you think, oh, Gambians are just going to do whatever they want to do anyways?
Not necessarily.
Let's call it. That's what we're trying to tell you. All the reasons that you're giving are relevant. It's very relevant. But that should not make us not have hope or inspire or try to see. Things can flip. You never know. That's what we are saying. The fickleness, the opportunism, name it. We know it, whether it's Gambia or the USA. But should that give us a reason to just fold our hands and give up on our country? That's what we are talking.
Nobody is saying that.
Well, I know you're not saying that, but I'm just giving you,
No, we're going back to what Keba said. Mom, he believed that people are voting the wrong way because they are ignorant. I mean, you can massage it all you want. That's basically what he's saying. These are low-informed voters. They are voting against their interests. If I listen to Keba very closely, I think Keba is doing. So he's saying, you know what, Halifa shouldn't even bother himself. The only reason why they haven't been voting for Halifa is because these are a bunch of ignorance. And I think there's more context than that.
Out of context. That's not how I understand it. It's not even Halifa voters or anybody. I think in general, that what he meant was, can you imagine if we all know, I don't even know what party he supports, but
I can tell, when you
if we know the right thing, but at the same time we go and do the opposite. That's his frustration. That's what he's calling, and that applies to all of us, because we have excuses and we give all kind of reasons for voting for so and so and not voting for so and so.
Musa, Musa, you are partly right. I'm doy because I'm well informed and I see what they're doing. why I'm not very convinced li nga wax ne yow sa guy comme xëy na yow maybe fi nga jógee fi nga wax ne foofu nga jógee ñoom ligaay bugga loolu la ñoo votal waaye ndax yow loolu doy na la foog nga ne ñoom ndax loolu rek lañ waroon a am ñoom ci seen village yow mi aware of what they should have.
It's not about me as an individual.
But you're from there. You should enlighten them.
When you run for office, you want to run for office, you want to go to a community, you have to be able to communicate and tell them, ne, man solen mo otale, li ak lay def. If they decide not to vote for you, you can't turn around and blame the voter. I'm telling you, it doesn't work like that. You cannot blame the voter. You would have to find a way, when everything is said and done, how can you win? How can you win them over? Is it easy? No, that's why you don't have a whole lot of people running for office. That is why it's always difficult to run against an incumbent. They have a leg up because communities, they believe me. When everything is said and done, it's the government that's going to bring water, it's the government that's going to bring electricity, and naka ba dolola baykat man may nek xex ak nguur go xamne ñoma upp doole. All right? I mean, their reasoning is within communities. Again, I'll blame it on the internet.
As a country.
But I mean, Keba, I get you. No, money. When everything is said and done, it's a very complex issue, and one cannot just settle nay. Look, because came 2016, somehow within the African continent, how many countries were able to line up and vote against a brutal dictator? We did. A lot of countries. Cameroon hasn't done it. We've had their leader for God knows when. A lot of African countries, they have a hard time to remove a sitting incumbent. So for us to think that somehow we're just a bunch of ignorant fools, I don't think so. I really don't.
Don't elaborate.
That's not what we have the right formula.
Don't elaborate. That's not what he meant.
There's a reason why.
I don't mean that totally.
I mean,
at the same time, okay, we took out a dictator.
Yeah.
Why do you think
so
we are,
again,
it
is going to be the job of the person running
Why
for
didn't
office
we put our hands and just let Jammeh dish out money to everyone and just give
Some
it?
say DOI hasn't been successful. None that there is something wrong with their message, but they haven't maybe utilized the right messaging channels. I don't know.
No.
There's a reason why people are not voting for them.
The people refuse.
Are they just a bunch of ignorant
people? The people
people?
refuse to hear because of their ignorance.
I don't know about that. Most people would say in 2016,
they refuse to hear it and accept it because of their ignorance. It's hard to say. Anyway, coach Jangi Yaga Nopi, Hanali Liverpool win la.
Well, it is a sad day for football, mom. Liverpool has won the league again. You know, it is a terrible thing. But again, like coming back to the topic, at the end of the day, political parties also have a responsibility to be able to win the hearts and minds of people.
Yes.
But people do not always vote for the right person, and we've seen that in this country that we live in, the United States, where people, based on whatever their thinking was, decided that Trump is the best person to lead this country. And they have evidence of how horrible this guy is as a person. But they said, you know what, he's the best person to lead us. So people have different ways of voting. And if you're a political party, all you have to continue to do is messaging. And messaging, in fact, is not always the thing that leads you to win. People may like you, not because of what you said. I don't think Adama Barrow has given any message to the Gambians about trust and everything that people say, you know what, we believe his message better than we believe Halifa's or Esa Fal's. Or this is maybe some people just liked him for and say, you know what, we are going to vote for him. People do that too. We've seen Trump here in the United States, who said a lot of things, went to a debate, could not answer a single question. But people felt that, you know what, this is our guy, we are going to vote for him. Everything that he's done. So it's not always the messaging, it's always what people want. People will vote for what they want too, irrespective of whether you are bad, you are good, you have good messaging, or you have horrible messaging. So, but at the end, if you're a political party, that's what you've signed up for. To say, you know what, I'm going into this. I don't know what the outcome is going to be. I'm going to try my hardest to try to win them over. But not always the best candidate wins. It doesn't happen that way. Gambia has won elections in the Gambia.
What is the best candidate? And this is where it gets a little bit muddy, because who passed
is subjective. That is subjective too.
The best for man Pullman, the best candidate is the person that is ready to tell the people, the majority, what they want to hear.
Oh no, but you see, that's where the problem is. No, telling somebody what they want to hear doesn't always make you the best candidate.
Hold on, America, majority be what they want to hear. This is what Trump was saying.
But that doesn't make him. He may win. But that doesn't necessarily make him the best candidate.
Same as Gambia. Lead majority bi liñ bëgg dégga loolu la Barrow doon wax ak gaay loolu tax ñu votal ko.
Look, Barrow did not come out of thin air. Barrow, without 2016 being backed by the coalition parties, Barrow
that was different.
Until the
2016 majority bi bëgg
dégga. Hold on. What I'm saying is, Barrow dañ ko ngem Gambia ni di ko déglu. Barrow with his messaging and everything else, mënoon na ko fi wax ba elect 2% sax du ko am. I mean, let's be this thing. I mean, it's much more complex. Yow fi nga ko bëgg a yóbbu. Really, I mean, it is much more complex than that. I wouldn't say the people are ignorant. No, that I wouldn't say. You know, I seriously have a problem with that. Even though I do understand in Gambian politics right now, if you ask me, and I've said this quite a few times, people they vote based on tribal affiliations. It's much easier. That's the low-hanging fruit.
No, but there are people who are educated. Somebody said that, which makes sense. Who are supposedly aware.
People vote based on what's in it for me.
Why loolu tam dina nekk same si box si ignorance.
But how can you be ignorant when you know what you want? Because there are so many supposed intelligent people who are with Barrow, who supported Barrow, who voted for Barrow. They are not necessarily ignorant, but maybe what is in it for them is that when Barrow wins, suma chair toy. That's it. It's just, it comes back to when people do not necessarily vote for what is in the interest of the country or get into politics based on what is in the interest of the country, they are getting in it because of what is in it for them. And it's a fight that will continue to happen until we get to where we get. The reason why it's been problematic, look at our country. This is a country that is now 60 years. We have 60 years. Is it 60 years of independence?
Yes.
It's still stagnant. We are still stopping everything that we are doing. Bring all the dramas, the Mandinka dramas, the Wolof dramas, the Fuller dramas, every drama come because we are opening a 100-meter road or a 100-mile road or 200-mile road or the kilometer road or whatever. So we are still stuck in that. We are even opening a road, simple thing as road. We have to stop everything that we are doing to dance. And we've been independent for 60 years.
It's sad.
So this is the reality. So what we need, I don't know. And it doesn't matter. The younger they come, these politicians will come. You'll say, oh, it is this young one. They will come with their flashy suits and tell you we are different. Before you know it, they'll be dancing the same music and tune to the ones that they claim to be different.
Most of them are not different. They're the worst anyway. Young ones, they're the worst.
Did Jammeh come and tell us, showed us all this accountability and transparency when they were talking about Jawara Famaget?
Hey,
Jammeh was 28 years old or 27. Where did he lead us?
Nearly astray.
It's just a sad.
Anyway, thank you for letting me come in. I'll let you go through. Musa,
Yeah.
Don't buy. Thank you very much. I'm going
with your
to
British accent.
It's not,
You know.
it's not, but it's good.
Why I appreciate it. Thank you, Sister Yotam.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Coach.
You're welcome.
Jen,
All
So
the best.
you have a Eba, you have
Uh-huh.
a taste of what we get every day. You say something, and some people agree and some disagree, and that's
But
how this.
that's the way forward. We shouldn't all agree or disagree.
That's
on
fine, but
everything.
don't flip the message. I think we get things differently. You know, people catch the messages, you know,
I
in
know
perspectives.
Musa like to stir things up, innit?
Mm.
That's one thing I understand of Musa. He will never agree to it. He will always try to stir it up. You know?
All right, my brother, we appreciate you.
But thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
All right.
I mean, I hear where the man is coming from.
If there is one person who just needs to stop commenting and finally have the courage to come on. In fact, two people, Sutu Dafe and Mai Fatty.
I know. They should.
They just sit there and just comment every time, but they will never come on. Come and speak.
And they're always interactive. Their writings and I've heard me mom. But Pastor will be like, these things sometimes. I mean, trying to blame the voters, even though when everything is said and done, they have a lot to do with it. You talked about Barrow going out there opening a road, and they sort of clapping and dancing and that kind of a thing. I mean,
Musa Jeng, it's all of us.
Huh?
You see, everybody is misinterpreting what this guy is trying to say. He is not meaning just voters. When he said voters, means all of us. Why would we know that this is not right, but we still let it happen?
No,
do we exhaust every means? Do we try our best, or we just like we know Jang is gonna win, so let's just forget it?
I'm gonna learn more make this thing so difficult. When you say something like, we all say this is wrong. That's not necessarily the case. Let's say, for instance, there was this poll that was done, and most Gambians said 70% the Gambia is heading in the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm.
A poll was just done not too long ago, and then the government was out there being very defensive all over the place, saying, the thing is subjective, blah, 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 trying to be technical about it. But these are the same voters that believe 70% of us, Gambia is heading in the wrong direction. So you would think when everything is said and done, this sitting government will be voted out of office. But if you talk to a lot of people, they will tell you that most likely this government will be re-elected. How do you reconcile the two?
That's what the guy is saying. The moment we agree or we let it happen, then it means we are still ignorant. Not that we are not educated or we don't know what's going on, even, but for the very fact, just the example that you gave, we all believe 70% believe this government is going the wrong direction.
Yes.
But then not flipping it. We let it stay like that because of our ignorance or lack of not trying to do what are we going to do collectively to flip that. That's what he meant by we are ignorant.
Well, you're right. And Fatu, coming to your point, because like what Musa is using here, if 70% say that the country is in the wrong direction, but you turn around and vote for that same country, person to run your country again, well, that is self-hate.
That's what he's trying to say again. I think that's ignorant. We know, but still we're not doing the right thing. And
it doesn't add up.
No.
I like this guy, this Salfai, and what he's saying. I mean, he says it's all about alternative choices. They see even God ties with a promise, and mankind have an expectation to the promised land, much more politicians and their voters. These are the hard realities of our existence as humans and expectations. It's a very difficult thing.
That's
really.
very true, but should not stop us from trying to see the best alternatives that we can. That's my point.
Without a doubt. That is why
we can settle on excuses and they're fickle, they're not going to do the right thing. We can't settle on that.
No,
That's my whole point. You didn't give up this program because you think Gambia is a lost cause. You're still here talking to people, trying to find the right balance.
But what I'm saying is, I mean, for 20 years under Jammeh, and the guy was winning election after election, we did not give up. We still, I mean, when yourself, Karamba, and very few people, Pasamba Jau, you guys, out of the entire diaspora, especially diaspora community in the Washington, D.C. area, you have 7 people. Everybody else.
Paramos.
Hold on, is here.
I think my brother Sarian.
Oh yes.
Oh.
Paramos, I gotta get back to Dan Dole. So Tacito is going, but I just kind of wanted to contribute a little bit because I think today definitely give credit where it's due. You've been fair and balanced. And, But it's quite interesting, man. Fatwa, greetings, and Sakoch. And I was listening a little bit, and I listened to the brothers' take, and I think this whole ignorant part, I think Fatwa is trying to rephrase it very nicely, which is great, but that's not what the brother meant. The brother really meant the voters are ignorant. That's why they vote the way they vote. And I think from a party perspective, if you consistently not making that wicket to win or that threshold consistently, I think the onus doesn't lie only on the voters. It also lies on the party messaging, and that is across all the parties. You gotta internalize what your structures are and what your messaging is and what your strategy is to ensure that at least there is an improvement on it. But a consistent percentage for a very number of years, definitely you need to look at something internally rather than throwing this whole thing about voters are not. Yes, voters, they vote what they want. People, we wake up every day, we don't get the the desired results what we want. But again, I think internally and all these other struggles that the government needs to go after the opposition and get them into their, all those are challenges. We get that. But at least what Musa agree on the very end, he says Jammeh has been doing all these bad things and consistently he's been winning. But people didn't give up. I like the word do not give up. You just needs to fight, fine-tune your message, and get to the voters who ultimately will decide the outcome. So it's a toss and tussle. You win, you don't win, but you don't give up. You stay and keep fighting. I think the word here is fighting. But if you think that those folks are ignorant and you wake up and you go back to the same folks again, try to help seek votes from them, I think you need to kind of look at your message, very carefully and recalibrate. But overall, I have to go back and get the work done, Faramos, and I've been listening on the background. But you're doing well today. I know,
I always do well. Brother Maron, I kind of miss you today.
Yes, but I mean, Joe is here, and I think she is feeling the vacuum.
Tell you what, you heard what she said. She said, "I am a closet UDP." That's what she said. She's always called me.
No, she's not. You're not closet. You
know what?
You're more to NPP than but UDP because you're from Salem. So all the folks NRP merged into NPP, right? So 6 and 9. So no, you're not UDP. But it was great to hear from you guys all, and thank you all. I gotta get back to work now.
Fatu, I want to go back to this 70%. Gambia is on the wrong trajectory.
I'm soon going to leave too. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. We all say, even with that, people will still turn around and vote for the incumbent. You see, this is where I think it's tricky. People are not stupid. Gambian voters are very sophisticated, very calculated. Yes, 70% believe Gambia is on the wrong trajectory. If you give them an alternative, a viable alternative that they believe can defeat the incumbent, their votes will come in droves. If you decide to take a totally different route or give them the same kind of what we did in 2021, I seriously believe that 70% will still, most likely, a good chunk of them will come home and vote for the incumbent. So, yes, they believe it's on the wrong trajectory. But if we do what we are supposed to do, and that is people that want change, then Gambia, just like we did in 2016, for 5 election cycles, we couldn't, in as much as we knew that this guy is killing, he's robbing, he's stealing, everything else, a dictator to the hilt. People steal the majority. The last election he won by what? Close to 60-something%, 70, something like that. The opposition couldn't even put together 30%. Somehow in 2016, these ignorant voters just wake up and they said, we have to vote this guy out of office. See, the task is this. We know 70% of us believe that it's on the wrong trajectory. What we need to do is formulate a viable alternative that they believe will give us the change. Get the 70% will be more Genayoma. It will be very easy. But if we stick to the usual, like we did in 2021, I think
you're saying the same thing like the guy is saying. Again,
but I didn't say that people are ignorant. I'm saying that to me, Simon, I use words like they're sophisticated, very calculating. They know what they know.
But Musa, I think that I know you have this sickness for coalition building.
Not sickness.
No, hold on. Just hold on.
He's pitching for one.
Oh yeah. Here's the thing though. Whether they have a coalition or not, if I believe that the country is headed to the wrong direction, I would vote for a candidate that I believe is better.
Exactly. That's what's frustrating. That's what he meant.
Yes, it is easier to build a coalition and all this thing. But I'm saying here, 70%. I listen to you.
That is why, if Gambians had listened to Pasamba Jaus of this world, prior to when we were having this Jammeh thing, Jammeh would have still been in office. Because that's who he is. An ideologue. If I believe that this is the wrong thing, who defines what the wrong thing is? It's complex, my friend.
Musa, listen, all I'm saying, if 70% of the Gambians believe that the country is headed in the right direction, there are a plethora of candidates that they can vote for. I will vote for the person that I believe is going to change the country around. That's it. If they want to do it through a coalition,
we mean business.
It's up to them. But the thing is, if I believe that candidate Musa Jeng is a much better candidate for me than A, B, C, and D, I'm voting for Musa Jeng. I'm voting my conscience. But
that's what I don't get. That's what I don't understand from Gambia.
I'm not going to give anybody an excuse for voting for the wrong candidate.
I am not giving an excuse. I'm calling it for what it is. It's not an excuse. I am just saying, if we go with your thinking and your thought process, Sumogomene Key is the best candidate, and I'm just going to vote my conscience, whatever that means. I'm just saying it's much more complicated than that. Really. It's really much more complicated than that.
It should not be.
It is 70% on the wrong trajectory. If you give them a viable alternative choice that would bring about the change, this current government...
Who's going to give it to them? It has to... It means everybody collectively.
Us, yes.
That's what
what does that look like, Musa? You're so coalition 2016, 2020.
I think Keba is on the ground.
Yeah, humor us.
We are waiting.
There was a caller.
Your chairman is on the ground, so help us.
There was a caller that called during Halifa's interview. And this is one of the people that Keba Jeng, the one that was just on, would call an ignorant voter. You know what he said? Munago Khalifa, Livi Gene Jammeh, Hindi Baro, Movi Gene Baro. I mean, this guy, I'm telling you, Munago coalition of Gene, Kita with coalition of Gene. That's what he said. Simple. These are supposed to be the people that are unsophisticated. They don't know what's going on. They don't understand the intricacies of policies, and they know what they know. So to me,
don't take it out.
I do believe that it would make it much easier to fight a good fight if we can forge an alliance. That's what I believe.
But again, Musa, that doesn't negate the fact that those
If you
who,
can forge an alliance,
if I believe that, if I believe that the country is in the wrong direction because of your policies, I'm not voting for you again, whether there is an alliance or not. We
that's
have
why
to,
you're in the minority, my friend.
that's okay. But Musa, will you vote for, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Will you vote for President Barrow? If you believe he's leading the country in the wrong direction just because there is no coalition, will you?
Dude, I will never vote for President Barrow.
So that's what I'm saying.
But listen to me. Listen to me. Why man dofuma gine japuma pan lahaluma, and I am in the minority. What I am saying is, as someone who is looking from without, and
So
someone who can say, my reason for not voting for Adama Barrow is clear. It's because the fight that we fought for 20 years, and what I wanted to see in our politics hasn't happened. I want to scramble the deck. That's what I want. But I am in the minority. And I mean real minority. So Lima Moine, it's not a question of what Pasambaja wants. Bro, you've been voting and supporting Doi for how many 30-something years? Doi couldn't even go past the 5% threshold. And it's because of the same kind of thinking that you were thinking.
So what was I supposed to do? Go and support Jame? Or support PPP or support NCP?
No,
I don't agree with them?
No.
I just want you to enlighten me.
I am just saying.
So okay. And you know, no, wait, Musa. Because I've been supporting Doi for that long, they've not been. So what was I supposed? Pastor was to just jump and say, you know what? Since we've been trying this, so I'm just going to support NCP or PPP or APRC. Is that how it should go?
You know that
listen, I have no problem with coalition building. I have no problem with that. All I'm telling you, Moine, if the people really want to change their lives, if they believe that 70% of them, I'm not talking about 70% of them believe that this country is heading in the wrong direction, those people should be able to vote against that government, unless they believe that he is taking it in the right direction.
You will never see Musa Jeng said, let's on this platform say, let's vote for this political party to remove Barrow. you see, this guy totally. But anyway, Sariang is back.
No, Musa, you touch on something. I think I had Coach say, hold on. So but Musa, you touch on something here very interesting though. So you're saying, okay, if we really want change and some of the things that we desire, we just can't be in the same position as we've been for a very, very long time. And I know you talk about coach and you mentioned, but that applies to all the other political parties too, right? And I think there is something that we need to learn from this, right? So speaking of the person that occupies the state house today, formulating or the selection process of that candidate, when these coalition came in, did we do due diligence in terms of vetting the appropriate candidate, or we were in a rush to ensure that the man who was the president for 22 years, we just wanted to get rid of him, right? And I think any type of coming together or type of discussion, I think lessons learned, there is a lot. Yo, Musa, you know this very well, that there is a lot of challenges even to get these folks who were key players in 2026 to bring them to the same table, right? Because there was a lot of, suspicion and the things that, were done that we could have done differently that would have yield better results today. And if you're not acknowledging that and kind of seeing through those lenses, I think it's a problem to forge ahead. And I think I told you before, we all have to give in something to kind of grip on something that didn't work in the past, and you think somehow that's going to work in the future. I think it's a challenge, and we all need to ponder on that notion and reflect on it a little bit. That what we desire with all these complexities that we have to navigate through, how do we push forward, and how do we put, for it's difficult, but it's an interesting conversation, and I like it, Fatimos. And I think, with all the calling you a strategy, but I think you are onto something here, and I'll listen in the background for a further engagement, especially from the sister, what her take is on these, because there's a lot of lessons that should be learned, right? So if you think you came in when you had a goodwill, 2026, those were not realized. Now we found ourselves in a position whereby things that could have been at the forefront did not happen. And now we're all struggling, especially diaspora voting, all these things. But there were issues that were bring forefront, like in a party, candidates who are from political parties, if they kick them out, they can still maintain their seats. I mean, that was an interest that was there to the representatives' heart, instead of what was good, should in case something happens, what do we fall back onto? And we had these repressive laws that were in place, and we didn't give that a priority. And I think these are things that we just need to have an honest conversation, irrespective of which party you're leaning towards. And I think that's very, very interesting. And I'll go in the background and listen to the conversation between Coach, yourself, and Fatu. Yeah. But what do we need to do here? I mean, it's not all lost, but that dialogue, rooted in honesty, and be open-minded and see, oh, you know what? The formula that we applied in the past, maybe that formula is now valuable anymore, 2026. And I think that's where the conversation needs to start, and see how we can, push forward. All right? Thank you.
All right, so yeah. I see my man Suntu Dafe. He's not the candidate who has the power to bring change, but the voters. Dafe, Suntu Dafe. The other day we were talking, and you mentioned him. The guy is still crazy, and he's still way off base. He's saying that it's not the candidate who are going to people. Ultimately, lined up, and they are the ones that are going to vote for change. We all get that. But there is a difference between what happened in 2001, in as much as we had the same candidates, but change wasn't possible. Same thing in 2006, same thing in 2011. So it's not necessarily just the voters per se. The candidates do have a role. Pasama, you ask a very deliberate question. And then he says there is no coalition, blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you this. They asked the same question to Halifa. One thing I can tell you, knowing Gambian voters, if Halifa Sallah was to sit with Alaji Usainu Daba and said, you know what, we've been fighting for this change for 20-something years. A lot of people lost their lives. And the glimmer of hope was in 2016 to fix it once and for all. Not the Gambian Ahmad problem, but at least we will attempt to fix the system. We all know what happened. We're going to hit that reset button again. And we're going to sit down and say, where do we want Gambia to be in 2026? If those two individuals and their supporters could come together and carve out a platform, a system that they can take to the Gambian people, and this is what we want you to vote for in 2026, Barrow will be history. If they're able to sit down,
we you.
Prejudices, trust, everything you put it aside. This is what we've been fighting for the past 25 years. During the time of Jammeh, a lot of people lost their lives. We want to come, whatever our differences are, and carve out what we think the Gambia we want in 2026, whether it's in terms of eliminating corruption, whether it's in terms of changing the system, whether it's in terms of changing the civil service, whether it's in terms of coming up with a new economic order, so that the little guy can feel, nay, I am a citizen. And they take that platform and then they take it to the Gambian people. Nay, this is what we would like you to vote for in 2026. Are they not going to vote for that? The majority will. I can guarantee you that. So to me, that is why I said it's not about maybe these voters are ignorant or low informed. No. You carve out something. And there's a reason why I deliberately called these two individuals.
But you know how long it took us, 2016, how long it took us for PDOIs and UDP to sit at a table and decide, that this is what we're going to do against Jammeh. These two groups, historically, it's been extremely difficult. And for now, only UDP is active. We don't know where Halifa stands.
So you don't think Doi is active?
I thought you guys said he said he's not going to run. Do they?
Yeah, Halifa not running. That has nothing to do with whether Doi is active or not.
Doi is still a viable, active political party. Oh yeah, sure. Why not?
But I'm saying I'm not fatu. You're the difficulty. I get that. I know I'm not crazy. I've been in the thick of things. I know that it is absolutely difficult. But the question is it worth it for the country though? No matter how difficult it is it worth it to give it a try for the sake of
why just UDP and Halifa? Why not all the other
all the other them? Yeah, I know. Believe me, there's a reason that I believe ne. I'm going to look at for more dore.
The fact, yep, you are talking about what you are putting the cart before the horse. How do they say it? Because I think, knowing historically how things go, those two parties are supposed to be the ones that, where we end, not where we start with, if at all there is going to be any coalition.
You know what? Our partners are not very happy with us. And they're the ones that sponsor this program. The people that have their ads and they sponsor us every Sunday.
Oh, you didn't run your ads today.
So I gotta go to them.
I texted him a long time ago because he had to talk about coalition.
Welcome to Kid Aisha Restaurant. We are located at 1460 Boston Road in the Bronx. We are open 7 days a week from 1 to 12 a.m. We serve Senegambian food and American soul food on Wednesdays and Senegambian food all 7 days. We do dine-in, we do takeout. We serve chebijin, chebiapa. We do mafe, we do plaza, we do ebe every other day. We have yassa ganat with rice, super kanja with white rice and fufu. We serve a lot of delicious foods. For dinner, we do dibi, chicken dibi, penta, whole chicken. We have shawarma, lots of good food. Also offer catering services for weddings, baby showers, birthday parties, whatever you need. We got it here at Kid Aisha. You can call us at 718-450-8606. And we're also on Uber Eats. And if you've ever been to Kid Aisha, make sure you leave a review. Thank you guys for supporting, and we hope to see some new faces.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Gambia, a country with a rich tradition in tourism and a beacon for investors. Experience a nation committed to progress, a home where nature's beauty is matched by the warmth of its people, a nation that is fast-growing and developing, thriving for togetherness. At the heart of this development is the Global Properties, the Gambia's premier real estate developer, introducing you to our latest property being developed, the Lakeview, an epitome of luxury and comfort. Whether you are looking for a residence or investment property, Lakeview is the ultimate option. The Gambia is not just a place to live, it's a place to thrive. Welcome home.
According to the World Health Organization, WHO, as estimated 7 million people die from air pollution globally each year. This includes both outdoor and indoor air pollution. Most of these deaths, 4.2 million, are caused by outdoor air pollution, such as from vehicle emissions, industrial activities, and wildfires. Indoor air pollution, such as from burning wood or cooking fuel, is responsible for an additional 2.8 million deaths. Air pollution is considered one of the leading environmental risk factors for premature death. It is associated with a wide range of health problems, including respiratory diseases, heart disease, stroke, and cancer. Each breath you take, there is something in it. The question is, what damage is that going to do to your health? One of the biggest misconceptions about air pollution is that it comes from one source, or it has the same health impact that is not so. Air pollution comes from many sources, and many sources change over time. For example, if you are standing by the road, ride particles coming from tire wears, brick wears, and there are particles traveling in the air that travel in far distances. An estimated 1,000 people die each year in Washington state due to outdoor air pollution. Air pollution is a serious problem in Washington state. In a new report from Washington Department of Ecology, researchers investigated health data for 16 overburdened areas of Washington and found people in these communities face a higher death rate from air pollution than the state average. The report also shows higher rates of chronic respiratory and cardiovascular conditions across the 16 areas, where ecology has identified vulnerable populations that face high levels of air pollution in addition to social, economic, and environmental inequities. People think air pollution affects the lungs, but perhaps what they did not realize, it affects every part of the body. The advertisement is funded by Ecology with funding from Washington's Climate Commitment Act. The CCA supports Washington's climate action efforts by putting cap and invest dollars to work reducing climate pollution, reducing climate pollution, creating jobs, and improving public health in collaboration with New World International.
Pop Samba.
Yes.
So, where were we? We were talking about, I mean, you heard what I said.
No, I
interjected, telling me the difficulty.
Musa,
Mm-hmm.
Musa, I am not in disagreement with you about the need maybe for a coalition to remove this government.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying too, at some point, the voters also must take responsibilities for their situations. Because you cannot claim 70% of you that the country is headed in the wrong direction and then turn around and give the person who is leading it to that direction your vote. That's what I'm saying. At some point, though, just look at, let's say, the United States of America here. Those who felt that Trump was the best answer are now, they have to now take responsibilities for the decisions that they made on November, what was it, 4th or 2nd? When did you guys vote?
Yeah, November.
So that's the thing. And I think for a very long time, we've been just giving the pass or putting the burden on the political parties. Yes, they have a responsibility to go and sell their messages. But voters would vote based on what they like. They are supposed to vote their realities. And to them, Adama Barrow is the best thing that can run that country. And guess what? They have turned around. We are not talking about the 53% that he won. We're talking about 70% of them saying that, you know what, the country is headed in the wrong direction. And it is a reality. People are suffering in that country. The country is not moving the way that it is supposed to move for the majority of Gambians. And that's what the reality is. So at some point, the voters too must definitely take responsibilities for their action. And Musa, while we on commercial, I was listening to Mr. Dabo's speech at the 4th edition of the Solo Sending Lecture that they organized today. It was a very profound one. I know if you hear it, you will like it. And he had said some very great things. I could not finish the speech. But at the end of the day, let's just come back to this issue here. And so voters have a responsibility. Mm-hmm. Political parties have a responsibility. At the end of the day, who the voters are the final arbiter in this. We say what we want to say, do what we want to do, and we throw it at them and say, you know what? We have told you our ideas. We've sold you everything. It is up to you now to decide. If they choose that the person that has led the country in the wrong direction, according to 70% of them, then it is on them. It doesn't matter whether you have a coalition or you don't have a coalition. But again, having a coalition will make it a lot easier because you can narrow the field into between two people. But again, hey, it is what it is.
We have Solbaji, we have Sekou, and Sekou, I'm sure you just joined us. You've listened to my man Pap Samba. If we listen to him, change will be very difficult. So I hope that people were listening to folks like myself. Sekou, what say you?
Assalamu alaikum, Musa. Assalamu alaikum, coach. Yaakaar naa ne moom Fatou moom dem na.
Right.
Soltam moom it yéeg na maa ngi ko nuyu moom it Serigne moom fag naa mu ne moom tey loxoom dafa jàpp moom it ñu ngi ko nuyu.
mu ngi ci background bi, yes.
waaw waaye xam naa ne yaakaar naa ne moom it mu ñëw déglu. Musa dafa am waxtaan bi fu ma ko bëgg a dooree benn misaal laa la njëkk a bëgg a jox. Dafa amoon benn waay. Dafa toogoon si perron bi moo xajam baa ngi toog si witam. Xaj bi nag dafa jékki-jékki rek unka. mu bàyyi ba si kanam tuuti la jékki-jékki rek unka. So benn waaj di romb nag fekk góor gi toog si perron bi xajam bi mu ne ko waa góor yow lëj moo dal sa xaj bi lu ko jot xaj bi day jékki-jékki rek unkal boppam. soo ko ma ne bu ko faale foo koo gis nii. benn xanga si kaw xanga la tëdd xanga bi nag dafa am benn daaj bu si nekk. so daaj bi mu ngi jam di ko cuuj so bu affaire si ba métti mu unka tuuti. waaye bu tey mu ngi toog si kaw daaj bi. mu ne ko kon lu tax jógut mu ne ko ba tey sono laangut ko. mu ne ko ba tey mun na koo muñ. waaye bu demee ba mu natu koo muñ. wallaahi dina jóg. man noonu laa dee seetee politique Gambia. 2016 dañu war a xalaat lan lañ def ba dañ léegi-léegi dañuy wax 2016 dañ ko dee wax mu yombul mbe léegi-léegi dégg naa sax ñu dee wax ne waaw dañ change government dara tuuruwut kenn deeyut bala 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 dañ dee man pour man loolu suñ ko waxee dañ dee ñàkkal loo fayda dañ dee tuutil loo liggéey bu ñoo xam ne suma maas ñu ngi leen déglu yéen a ñoom coach yéen a ñoom banka yéen a ñeneen ñoo xam ne ñooy sax fu mu nekk nii waxatuñ ñoom sol mbéy nga waxatuñ lu bari sax si politique waaye ñu ngi dañu ngi liggéey si doon waaye doo ndee diggaat si kaw comme nu kaa meloon dañ dee tuuti loolu dañ dee tuuti loolu nit ñoo xam ne dañ dem ba fippu jël ay fetal dem Gambia pour suxal dëkk bi ñoo xam ne ñoo fekkee seen bakkan des na si dañ dee tuuti loo ñoo xam ne politiciens yoo xam ne ñooñu ñoom Oje Jallow xam ne tëj nañ leen ba seen ay bët yaaxu si bugg a seen tuuti loo ne ñoom solo sande ñoo xam ne ñoom dee nañ si xëy gi soo moom pour loolu ma ko dee gisee ne dafa am ay mbir yu xewoon lu taxoon mun a àgga 2016 coalition demuñ political parties yi ñëw ma leen ngi seen coobare boppam moo la nee da déedéet ay mbir moo xewoon te ñu sànni carte tam nekkuñ ne dañ ko def rek ngir dañ ewu bi na bis la gis na waa Yaya Jammeh bon na déedéet loolu taxul Gambie ne toog nañoo Yaya Jammeh depuis 1994 la Yaya Jammeh door reyee tawul Gambie ni jógee si gannaawam te boo xoolee élection bi bu ñu doon daanal Yaya Jammeh only 18,000 vote lañ ko daanalee ak lu def yëpp rey beeg sàcc beeg tappale beeg luubal beeg ak ndóol bi nu mu rëy si biir Gambie yëpp taxut Gambie ni ëpp doole bi ñu génn si gannaaw Yaya Jammeh soo kon man lu ma dee wan nit ñi léegi suñ tooloo fuñ toolo nii tey ndax man gomu ma ne comme soo ne saani kati Gambie eewu wuñ wala xamul lu ñoo def wallahi man ku ma laaj Gambie ni suñ xam na li ñoo def dofuñ reppuñ dina jàppuñ xam na li ñoo def ñun Gambie ni ñun suñ maam yoo xam ne sax ñu ne seen jàngaa gën a tuuti ñoom ñoo ñëw boot PPP ngir gis nañ ne UP ak yeneen parti yooyu noonu ñu ne ñooñu noonu amuñ seen intérêt ñoom boot PPP daaneel fight pour independence xeex pour independence Gambie am boppam ñu ñëw am independence nekk fu ñu nekkatee soo man pour man yaakaar naa ne Gambie am na ñu dem naa léegi nag Moussa su ma defutee man ñu la doy yow wala lu doy paasamba jom mu ngi maa gisee ne xëy na man eewuma oo xaw xëy na loolu dina si boota waaye man yaakaar naa ne nekkuñ ne Gambie ne xamuñ ne ñàkk bu si kabi de nekkuñ ne xamuñ ne luubal ak ndeer bu Adama Barrow nguuram bi def man yaakaar ma loo xamuñ ko de maa doon campagnal Sallah Jallow si by election bi xew afdaay
correct
kon campagne boobu noonu duguma si ngir UDP la campagne boobu noonu duguma si ngir dama bañ Adama Barrow dama yaakaar ne ñaari candidat yooyu noonu taxawoon Sallah mooy gën man jël naa suma téléphone woo naa ay niñ afdaay Albion Primary School laa demee school ëpp doole bi ñu ma demal school ñu bari Banjul South lañ jógee ak boori afdaay lañ jógee kool naa suma xarit yu ma fa am kool naa suma fa ma classmate yu ma fa amoon waaye man Moussa am na yenn wax yu ma dégg loolu duma ko waxtaanee si ita yaa maa dégg soo waa bi léegi nag ñaari mbir laa ko seetee ñu dee sànni carte am na fuñ jàpp political party yi am na fuñ jàpp affaire si léegi dañoo seet kan mooy bàyyi kan mooy pare pour yombal mbooram tuuti kan mooy nangu pour ñu négocier kan mooy nag loolu lañ war a xalaat fu mu nekk ne ndete fii laay daanalee dama doon déglu Halifa Sallah QTV mu ne dafa demoon benn programme am benn waay bu ñëw si moom mu ne te kii sax borom xam-xam la de mu ngi liggéey UN la wax xam nga UNDP xam nga UN waaye benn la si non international NGO yi maanaam daal borom nekkul nit koo xam ne da ngaa ne su ngaa yi yoo xam ne la jànguñ wala xamuñ si dëkk mu ne waa ji ñëw ba si moom ne ko góor mu ne ko naam mu ne ko ne man mii yaa nekk suma xol waaye sànni woote wala ma la de ngir dama bañ ñële ñooñu mu di mun a doon Halifa waxo ñal la nag buggoo ñooñu win moo tax sànni lu ma la so kon kooku wane na ne moom mbañal bu mu amal ñeneen ñi moo ko ëppal bugal bu mu amal Halifa moo ko ëppal bugal bu mu amal Gambia kooku nekkul na ñaaka xam-xam moo ko ci dugal kooku na ñaaka yeewu moo ko ci dugal kooku dafa gis na rek ne moom comme loo fi waxoon ne xëy na moom intérêt fu mu nekk wala moom ragal bu mu ragal ñële wala bañ bu bañ ñële moo taxoon moom bañ naa wooteel Halifa soo kon loolu noonu léegi des na si Halifa des na si yeneen political party yi ndax léegi ñoonu la ñoo jàppee di kan ne saani kati karta yi ñoom fii la gaay tollu nañ leen bàyyi foofu ñu nit suñ principe li fii la nekk ñun duñ compromise ñu nit fii la ñoo toog wala man fii laa d'accord yow Moussa nañ toogaat seegaat mbir comme que ñun yaakaar nañ ne ñun ñuy wut nit ñi pour ñu ñëw bokk si ñun ñu jóg di xeexal suñu pour génnee Gambie si luñ nekk pour jeexal ndóol jeexal ñaaka jeexal tappale jeexal ñaaka droit yi doomi aadama Gambie ñu ne ñuy yëpp lañ bëgg a jeexal nekkul ne MC yaa jëmale waaye fii balaa abadan béppam buur bu ñëwaat duñ ne yii ñu ko gisaat Gambie kon man yaakaar naa ne ñu ñoo war a toog léegi kon ñu seet naka la ñoo mën a naxantee nit ñi bañ a wax ay kaddu yoo xam ne nit ñi jànguñ eewuñ wala kenn ak kenn déedéet nañ naxantee nit ñi te boobu itam ñu déglu nit ñi man bugg naa ñëw ici suma programme ne man dëgg man yaakaar naa ne man suma programme bii buñ ko doxalee Gambia dina génn li ñu ne dégg nañ la waaye soo bugguñ ko soo kon léegi man de ñaari mbir laa mën a def nekk su lu ma nekk rek nit ñi naan ma bugguñ ko wala ma déglu nit ñi ñu wax ma ñoom luñ bugga ma naxantee gaay seen nu maa mun a def bala génnee la ñoom situation boobu noonu gaay nekk mun naa toog mel ni waa ji nag toog suma pirom bi xool xaj bi naan ko na ko daaj bi nekk di cuuj rek su sonne na jógal boppam wala mun naa nekk ku am xel comme ku waaj bi roma na xaj bi na yëkkati ko dimbale ko génne daaj bi si ronam bàyyi ko fu mu toog man fu yaakaar naa ne ñun loolu lañ war a def fu mu nekk nii nañ déglu ñun ñoo xam ne ñoom ñee saani carte lan moo tax ñun gars yi du Lawyer Darboe du Halifa Sallah du Mama Kandeh du keneen ak keneen du Essa Faal yéen ñëpp taxaw ngeen gars yi jël seen carte jox ko Adama Barrow ñu jox leen gannaaw yëpp léegi ñun war nañoo toog ñu ne neen suñu diggante déggoo nañ toog waxtaan ñu ne neen suñu diggante seet lan lañ mun a def ba mistake yu xewoon 2016 bu mu amaat waaye tey itam mer buñ meroon 2016 yaaxu-yaaxu yu meroon 2016 buñ ko teel ba ñu gumbaloo ñun fat suñ xol yi ba duñ ne duñ déggoo gisee ñu ne neen suñu diggante seet dana man ma yaakaar mooy Adama Barrow pour génne ko Gambie nii may gis nii benn parti du ko gaaw a mun de man ku ma laaj man pour benn parti def ko di yomb lu moo jël mooy pour kilifa yi ñoom seen boppa fu mu nekk nii ñu seet ñu xool ñu teg seen differences yi aside ñu teg seen personal opinion yi aside démba lu xewoon yëg nañ ko am na ay yoo xam ne xëy na wax nañ ko wax lu wut am na yi mbir yoo xam ne def nañ ko def lu wut nañ toog ñu ne neen léegi na ñu jànga si yooyu noonu ñu seen ñu neen suñu diggante lan lañ mën a def Moussa ma li mooy suma xalaat pour opposition yi ñoom ñoo taxawal kilifa yi waxtaan seen biir seen diggante seet lan lañ mën a def pour mën a génnee nguuri Adama Barrow 2026.
Thank you very much, Sekou. It's always profound. Nane, I'll get feedback. But Saul.
Wow.
Yes, dégg nga Sekou Limwa. Yeah, what's your message?
Wow, maa ngi nuyu di rafetlu programme bi for the people by the people. Di nuyu suma rakk ji Sekou, Coach Pa Samba, Moussa, suñ sister kii nii Mané te jóge fi. Fatou Jaw Mané.
Naga maa ngi Saul, moo tax xel maa ngi dem.
Ah?
No, go ahead.
Go faale.
Dama ko faale loolu tax buguma sol mbaxana bi Moussa soloon la Sunday waaye gisuloo Sekou gis nga Sekou lan la sol man loolu laa bëgg a sol daal am not there yet. Anyhow, Moussa.
Yeah.
Waaw maa ngi rafetlu suma brother bi Sekou lu mu wax noonu ba daaneel loolu moom mënuma see yokk dara loolu game add something to the icing of the cake. Man yaakaar naa ne gars yi dañ mag léegi fu mu nekk nii te waxuma ne dañ màggit de waaye ñu ngi mag. They've been doing this for 40-50 years now. Ousseynou has done a different path and then he pivoted and joined the political landscape. Halifa has been doing civil service, you know, serving our young folks. You bari legi there in their 50s. Warnakolu bari. Doi has done so many other things besides politics. Nañ leen jox credit. Legi gaay ngi nekk fi, they've been doing this for all these 40 years. They faced all kinds of difficulties. They've been arrested, they were jailed, they were accused, they were persecuted. And tey nit ñaa ngi ñëw si ñoom di saaku ndimbal mel ni ñoom ñoo fi gën a ëpp alal te they've lost all they had. Dama yaakaar ne this is a good opportunity for us, knowing what we know, seeing what we see. Mu óor leen ne ñoom ak ñun ñëpp we contributed in the creation of what we have, which is the dispensation as hateful as it is, that as difficult as the situation is. Dama yaakaar ne the time is now pour I have a good amount of faith ne foog naa ne this time around we will have what we want. Lu yàlla di dogal kenn xamut waaye ñun based on lu Moussa di wax ni Sekou ko wax nit ñaa ko wax nit ñaa ngi call Halifa di wax loolu te buñ faate nag it seems from the outside ne ñaar yi nii they have some kind of difficulty of conversation. Loolu moom politics moo demee noonu rek, but deep inside there's a lot of camaraderie between these two people. There is a high level of respect between the two of them. After all, why do they have to hate each other? They have different divergence of views of how the country should be run. Lolu mom nañ ko nangu rek, lolu dafa am. In the Democratic Party here, we see what Bernie Sanders is doing. We've already seen what Chuck Schumer did. So lolu dafa happen in a political party si bopam, let alone two political opposition parties nga xam ne ñu fi for all these years. Luma wax Moussa mooy ne it's the politics, it's the economy, stupid. That's the opportunity we have in front of our faces right now. We need to make sure we do a good messaging to give the Gambian people an alternative. It has dawned on me that all these years, people have a fear of the unknown. But if we have a group of political party leaders who we've trusted and they have done the fight for us, sit in front of the cameras and present a coalition or some kind of discussion towards bringing about a coalition, things will change. It's going to be hard, it's going to be difficult. So, I'm pivot into two very important announcements.
Right.
Ñun Gambians in the diaspora, we all know what the National Assembly just did a month ago, or a month and a half ago. We all know what Coach Pa Samba Jaw and the group did. Bibi Dabo and Uncle Sidi Sane, taking the matter of the diaspora's vote into the court, and the Supreme Court ruled in our favor. But we know what happened, and we know what the National Assembly did. So, yesterday at 2 p.m., an email was sent out to most Gambians, some of the Gambians, about 40 people from Demba, Balde, Baba from Seattle, inviting us to a meeting to talk about how we fight back to make sure that we have a chance to participate in the election because we have been disenfranchised, and it was a deliberate act. So people did not show up to that meeting yesterday, Musa. There was like 7 or 8 of us who did the meeting. We met and we discussed some important points that we need to bring up to get ourselves together. Because ñu ngi toog fii nii di ŋaañe political party leaders yi di leen wax waaye ñun suñu bopp sax duñ def suñu liggéey Musa. We don't do what we're supposed to do. Te mu óor nañu 2016 our collective will loolu moo ñu isil the change that we had. Kenn joxuñ ñu ko. Sénégal yi dañ daan toog di ñu wax ne ñun Gambians yi yéen a tojal seen kaan yéen a ko tojal seen bopp. And that's what we did. Kenn ñëwut. United States saw what Jammeh was doing. They all sat idly by and watched him create and maim our people, create situation bobu non nga xam mom lañ jëkkoon. So foog ñun ñu jóg defal suñu bopp lañu war a def su ko defee nit ñi ñëw dimbale ñu. The problem is dañ war a sacrifice rek. Dëgg la, it has been a long fight. ñun ñoo ko teg suñu bopp de. When Jammeh came and fooled us, overthrowing the government which was elected democratically, ñu agree on that. Léegi yaay Adama Barrow ngi use the same people who were surrounding Jammeh di bugga entrench boppam ñu ngi toog nag di ko xool and he is probably going to do it. Lu tax ma bugga wax loolu mooy ne on the 10th of May we're going to have another meeting. We want Gambians to show up. Buñ toog fii nii di foog ne Adama Barrow dañ ko faa jéene si lu yomba. It's not going to be easy. So Keba Foon is doing his thing. We're doing our thing. We want Gambians to also diaspora ñu toog just xalaat what we're going to do. We may not participate in the 2026 election, but we want to make sure that that's the last time we did not participate or do not participate in the election because it's our fundamental right. We're going to fight in several fronts. We will engage, have some kind of conversation with all of these hanging fruits and the political party leaders, but we must also pursue the legal path. Why not talk, new watan, raise money, and be prepared for 2026. Lola Bugana Yoka. Si Daniel, Musa. There is this audio which just came up this morning. Ne dego nañ immigration guy dañ yokk the fee to $5,000. Lolu mom dégg nañ ko. Which again brings me to this question of why Yankuba Dabo di dem di celebrate tax paying money bi nga xamne nit ñi dañ ko wara fay. It is the government who passed the law that everybody should pay taxes. Why we celebrate people who pay taxes is just the most foolish thing we can think of. Why Daniel Moine, they've raised the fee to $5,000 and they have announced that they want to visit people in different areas. The legality is nañ ko def ci biir Banjul. Ku munta dem Banjul, ñu dem ci sa gox, ñu jox la ID card and stuff. But they're talking about going to Mauritania to go issue ID cards to people. If you listen to the audio, Musa, they're saying whether am nga kayit or amulo kayit, am nga birth certificate, amulo dara, na nga ñëw dinañ la jox kayit. Now, have you ever heard something like this? Nit kay so jógee sa réew, Musa, so dem beneen réew. Kenn du la ala nga dugg seen réew lu fee amulo kayit from the originating country fi nga jógee. Lu tax ñu bëgg leen a jox ID card in Mauritania? That's something we should really be thinking about. Gambians in nekk ci diaspora contribute $775 million. And the number keeps increasing every year. Demba bi ñu doon waxtaan ñu ne, if suñ ko xaymaayee $3 billion ñu ko pump into that economy. But they don't allow us to participate in the election, but they can go and look for foreigners to participate in the election. So in Konango,
thank you very much, Saul. Thank you very much. Pap Samba, you heard what going back to Sekou and his message. For whatever reason. So I think you got where Sekou was going with that.
No, what I'm going all of the Lumusaf Kakoma Chokoham. Is it? Wow. You see, if you kerosene la jox nga nan ko be pare ne len doli lan ma benen kaas fekk mu neex la de because of the voters are not powerless. They are the ultimate deciders. Mu dañ fi tok blame IEC, we blame all these institutions. No, it's the people who vote, and if their reality is not favoring them, that's the thing. Now, talking about coalition, like I have said at a very early time, I'm not going to stand in anybody's way for coalition building. But there are so many contradictions in Gahamne would need to be dealt with first before you have a comprehensive coalition, Musa. The problems with NAD made it very difficult pour ñu mënoon a am an other coalition up to 2016. 2016, the way that 2016 was handled, that changed ci boppam. I don't think anybody can say that, you know what, the partners all came and were happy and would just sing kumbaya and say, let's go back to the drawing table again, to the table again. It's going to take a lot more for a repeat of maybe what happened in 2016. And I think it's going to be a lot more difficult now to, in fact, have a coalition where everybody is going to come together. You may have two different coalitions. Barrow has this coalition of all these parties, some of them fringe, some of them would only come to fake election jotna because that's the only way that they can have their relevance. But how are you going to have a coalition? More than you have any work on coalition, have their work cut out for them to convince a DOI and a UDP and an SFR who believes that he's the next thing and must be the next candidate, and Mama Kande, and all these forces to come together and say, you know what, we are going to do what we did in 2016, go and have a convention or whatever, elect somebody, and then when you elect that person, is everybody going to stay on course? Because what happened in 2016, Musa, was very interesting. Because to not only have that vote happen, but to have those, even lost, you know what, we are going to stay the course and fight this thing. Because normally, when coalitions happen, normally when Gambians then go together, very easily. If I don't have it my way, I'm going to walk away.
True.
And you have to be able to have a coalition after the decision is made. We will all come together and rally around whoever is selected. If they select Fatou Jaumane, I don't care whether I lost by a vote or I believe Musajeng voted for Fatou and Probison Namamuge voted for Sekou and other. We are just going to come together and go to those elections together and fight like hell. And even so, look at 2016 election, Musa. And this is where the importance maybe of UDP and DOI become very important. Ahmad Ba did not campaign. Do you remember that? Yeah, Ahmad Ba was in Mali pretty much for the last week. That was when he came and joined them. But because you had OJ, you had Debo by force, the UDP, this thing, and Nyom Halifa coming together, people were not looking at outside of it and say, who is not here? Because they say enough people with Dr. Ture and say, you know what, we have a core group of people.
Right.
So you have to be able to have pretty much almost a repeat of that, where everybody, irrespective of what their ambitions are, will come together and say, you know what, if we select Sekou as the candidate, we are all backing Sekou. Nobody is going to back out. Not look at us on this is selection of candidates. When they started the selection before Suba, everything went to hell. Everybody went their own way. So that's the thing. It's going to be very, 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 very difficult to do this. So we can all call for it, but calling for it alone is not enough. There must be political will and total commitment from the leadership. And we have two things that will always come to mind as they do this. The failure of NAD and what believe the betrayal of the 2016 agenda. So if you can bring a compromise on those, you have a chance. But you have your work cut out for you guys. Keba Funan, all the coalition building.
Wow. I want to come to you, but I also want to say something to Pasamba. Whenever Pasamba confronts an issue, and he started by saying, I am not going to be in the way. That sounds like a very passive posture, isn't it?
I am very passive. Very, absolutely. No, I'm just telling you, but you can analyze. I'm just telling you directly.
Normally, this is somebody who has a big hell of a microphone. Whether it's popular or not, he goes out there and he belches it out, right? So if we believe that it's only coalition that will bring about the change, I think passivity of I am not going to be in the way, that's a very passive position. Coming back to you, you said something. You said no single party is going to be able to defeat Barack on 2026. You see that assertion? I share the same sentiment. All of it. And I want you to comment on that. So if we know no single party will be able to do that, it's really going to come down to us and look at the realities of the situation. Whether it's the United man, knowing what I know, will we be able to get every political party to be part of a coalition? No. Do we really even need all of them? Not necessarily. But Manila, in as much as we think that DOI maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% having UDP and DOI sitting down and saying we have this that will bring about the change. To me, that's the beginning. Obviously, you're going to need an SFL, you're going to need a Mama Kande, and all of that. So the challenge becomes, how do we do that? In the past, the way it's been done, it was into 2006, 2003. It was from without. The Diaspora was working on it. Every Sunday, we were meeting with these leaders. We were the facilitators. Man, this time around, even when I was called, Coalition for Change, Nyom Sol Baji, I said, I don't think that same playbook is going to work. I think it's going to take a coalition to bring change. But man, the way that they're going about it, I think that for coalition to happen, it has to come from the ground, the main players themselves. And Alaji Ousainou Darboe or United Democratic Party will carve out and say, look, we're tired of this. This is the new Gambia come 2026, and I'm going to sit down with the opposition party leaders and say, this is it. Let's see the kind of Gambia that we want to see. To me, a platform that we can all embrace first. In politics, there can never be guarantees. We knew that in 2016. There were no guarantees. Put guardrails. Now, but under an independent ticket, boom, run any other party. We have a 3 years. After that, he steps aside, oversee free and fair election. None of that happened, even though they signed on the dotted line. Should that prevent us from giving it another shot? I don't think it should, unless we think everything is fine and dandy. If we don't think it is, then something needs to be done to make that happen. Suntu Dafe said, and I think it's an interesting, and I want you to react to that. Mune, the only reason, let me put it up, the only reason a coalition is elusive because people don't want to stop UDP's rightful due. He believes the rightful due of the United Democratic Party. We cannot, he said, the only reason we don't have a coalition is because of the way UDP is treated. We cannot act together if we don't recognize each other's due. So to him, he believes it really comes down to, and I've heard this before, even going all the way back to 2003, the rightful due. UDP is the biggest party. They have a lot more voters than any other party. All of us come, join them, and then that is one way of bringing about change. I want you to comment on those things that I kind of highlighted.
Musa, time struggle with. Dafa amone ben kilifa bu mag ci diaspora bi fi won mom du daan génn publicly wax comme ci politique Gambia moo xam résident waaye léegi dama daan sàccantu woo ko ci ron ñu waxtaan ndekte àdduna ni ku la mag ëppa la sagar
mooy dëgg de
waaw so xam naa ne mag la te xam na Gambia te xam na doomi Gambia it waaye dafa am lu ma waxoon at yooyu noonu because fan yooyu noonu boo demee time for example ndem si yàlla pandeen ba yéen na ko yàlla yërëm génna mu dóor ñoom banka maale daala léegi sax mu tuumal leen yoo xam ne amul taaj jamono yooyu noonu si mbiri xaalis ak alal yi kenn xamut yooyu yëpp so dafa lu ma musoon a wax mu ne ma ne si angale what disturbs us in Gambia is that the people of darkness are more organized than the people of light. So se ma jëlee fo noonu isi ko waat mooy Adama Barrow barki démb njaay rek law dem State House su State House bi de mu oolu mu juróom-ñetti parti yoo xam ne nu ndaw xeebut leen xoolul seen njiit yi fu gaay nekk xoolul ndañu baal leen xool nañu bon lañ yoonam new si moo lu mu gis rek képp koo xam ne mun nga maa dimbale pour ma falu 2026 maa kaay ñu càmbaay ma yaatal géew bi ñëpp ngeen ñoo bokk so ñun buñ ñu opposition yi ñun buñ demee ba yaakaar ne Adama Barrow ak ay njoñam duñ ñu baax ñun ñu dem ba mën a gis yee noonu ñun ñoo xam ne ñun ñuy ooyee suñu bopp nit ñu baax yi ñun kon ñun lan lañ war a xalaatee ñun kon képp koo xam ne ñu yaakaar nañ ne yow ku baax nga kon Moussa te yaakaar nañ ne yow sa xol fu mu nekk mooy pour jëm Gambie dem kanam man dama yaakaar ne kon ñun ay waxi yenn wax yu sew ay waxi saani wante xeer ay waxi dóorante daala diggante opposition yi dañ ko war a weesu fu mu nekk nii kuy dee weesu mbote opposition parti yi ñu mag yi Mama Kandeh mu ñëwoon 2015 2016 sax nekkaatut ndaw si politique léegi te fukki at si politique yi Gambia su ko ëpputee léegi soo kon léegi man lu may wax nit ñi ñu fu ñoo dooree mooy lu nekk si waxtaan la xëcc xam naa Pa Samba Jaw fu moo waxee understand naa foofu soo sey dafa nañ dee wax te ku ni tum wulen yee baafa ni ñaay wulen je daaw day ni mburu la ko wut it makes sense dafa am ay jaar-jaar ji fi amoon foog ñu acknowledge lii nii Moussa foog ñu nangulantel dara foog ñu bàyyante dara am na yaay jaar-jaar yu fi amoon am na ay wax yu fi amoon am na ay nangutoo yu fi amoon affaire si ay jëlkati am si ñu toogaat ñu ne neen suñ diggante nangu leen ne ok man fii nii xëy na moyoon naa fii nii waaye yow xëy na yow lii nii boo ko defee woon yow boo ko weexoo woon nii dinañ mënoo muslu ñu ñëpp pour ñu mën a dem kanam bu lu ñëw ut ñu mun koo waaye fu moo dooree mooy lu may ñaan nit ñi rek mooy parti boo mu di mun a bokk comme que yow si opposition bi nga bokk yaakaar nga ne nguuri Adama Barrow nu moo demee loolu lu mun a génnee Gambie man ma ne nañ toog waxtaan ñu ne suñ diggante man waxuma ne kii moo ëppa fi yëpp doole waxuma ne kii moo fi niw doole déedéet dama ne nañ ñëw toog waxtaan ñu ne seen buñ xeeb kenn ku nekk ñu jox ko droit ku nekk jox ko yelloo ku nekk loo yaakaar ne yow bépp political party Gambia am na doole waaye am na weakness am it so léegi-léegi yow sa weakness fu moo nekkee yow xëy na kale moom dooleem foofu la nekkee so yow digga yow mun ngaa yaakaar ne yow yaa ëppa Moussa Jeng nit xëj na waaye xëj na Moussa Jeng moom yàlla may na ko dara kaadum di gaaw a daanu de lu mu wax ñëpp nañ ko déglu te nañ ko gomit waaye yow boo jëlee sa yow sa nit ñi nga boole ko kaadu Moussa dafa miiti léegi pour ñi ñi daane la ñu ne kuy dóora mun kuy saaga waaye kuy saaga di dóora mun ñëpp ñoomun ñëpp da
wax dëgg yàlla
kon nag yow lañ seeg ni ñoo defa nga Banjul Afdaay bi naa si delluwaat dafa lu ma jàng ndaxte laaj kon mu la ko waxee woon dama jógoon pour farleel candidate yi PPP bi nag dama yaakaaroon ne ñoom ñoo am candidate bu gën pour waa Banjul South dama woo tamit nit ñaa ngi woote yi sax maa ngi kool nit ñi na nit ñaa ngi génn nit ñuy génn foo yaakaar ne ñan la gaay di farlal am na kenn ku ma si waxal kenn ki ne ma mu ne ma MPP gaa jàng nañ si Massembe de ma ne ko lu gaay jàng si Massembe mu ne ma Massembe maam fa woon kii election observer
waaw
mu ne Massembe maam fa woon gars yi seen auto MPP lañ doon vri farab duga fu nekk jëli nit ñi isee yu ne mu ne ma waaye Banjul sax defuñ lool de dañ paak moto MPP private car yi la gars yi doon jël di duga komba bi di jëli seen mbokk yi isi pour ñu ñëwee di isi nit ñoo xam ne dañ yaakaar ne ñi MPP lañ far leen pour ñu ñëw wooteel leen mu ne ma ne man gis naa nit ñoo xam ne ñii ne dañ am diabetes ay juróomi at génnuñ seen biir néeg dañ leen fop isi leen pour gars yi ñëw woote pour jox MPP seen carte gis naa jonki yoo xam ne ñii xëy na nit ñoo xam ne su communauté bi sa jàppuñ la nit ñu baax ñu ngi toog si koona yi rek di tuxoo ak naanantu yi sewa yooyu noonu jël nañ ñooñu isi leen mu ne maa nga laaj ci loolu lu gars yi doon def mu ne ma doo gis comme gars yi di joxe xaalis cash de mu ne ma ay wave transfer yëpp am na fii nii si élection bi
sool be sew
non Moussa moo tax ma ne man nekkul ne dama kool ay nit dama si liggéey dama campagne pour Saliu gagné dama ko yéene woon ndax dama yaakaar ne kii moo gën pour Banjul South
yes
waaye tam dafa lu ma si jàng dama xam ne NPP lu gaay génnee si alal lu gaay am si ay kilifa yu leen dimbali xëy na bu ko Saliu amoon bolo du ko gagné de
That's the power of the incumbency.
Power of incumbency bu pass on jaw di wax ni waaye man yaakaar na tam am na yenn political party yoo xam ne ñoom lu MPPP mun a diirante jëli nit ak ñëw daaxuñ ko political party opposition yooyu tam ne ñoom it dañoo jóg jëli nit isi leen pour ñu wooteel leen su gaay soolee gaay seen carte soo kon PPP xëj na suñ amoon alliance boobu noonu ñu opposition yi yëpp pour ñoo dimbale leen biir Banjul South xëj na ñoom lu gaay ñàkk si koom-koom beneen opposition mun leen a jàppale lu gaay ñàkkale pour am ay auto yoo xam ne dañoo dem jëli seen maam yeeg seen nijaay yoo xam ne ñu ngi toog ak seen xarit ñoo xam ne ñëwuñ sax fula luñ élection bi xëy na ñoom mun nañu leen a dimbale ñoo dinañ leen ñoo woote pour gaay gagné su dee tam ay mbiri añ sax caaxaanuma de ay mbiri añ sax PPP seen añ bi dafa leet pour bés élection bi NPP añ nañ ba suur gars yi PPP ñu ngi toog di xaar ba lii yëpp suñ politique dañ ko war a considérer si important xam naa lu ma laa wax
waaye lan la tax sa ñuy añ ñoom
waaye moo tax pas sama ja ma ne la si suñ léegi nit ñi da nga leen a fekk fu gaay nekk loolu suñ élection moo mel noonu élection yi politique sabar ak benn ci fii lañ ko fekk su la neex waaw gëj na bés dina ñëw ñu ñëpp fas yéene nañ ñu àgga foo xam ne nañ ko wécci waaye gis naa Amérique fii nii Obama di campagne Jay-Z ak Beyoncé ñu ko performal man lekk naa si sandwich si soo kon politique benn ci nag sabar ci àdduna yi foo dem moom fa because man lekk naa sandwich seetaan naa Jay-Z mu ngi performal Obama te loolu si politique benn ci nag sabar la bokka soo kon lii nii suñ réalité moo mel noonu foog ñu nangul ko nit ñi tam moo tax mel ne ñun political party itam foog ñu ñëm nangu ne ñun ñoo soxla nit ñi léegi ñu yombaloon mbir bi dem fekki nit ñi fuñ nekk ñoom buñ toog rek ne ñoom ñun ñoo am programme boo xam ne dañoo wécci Gambie boo ko jëlee salaam boo ko jëlee salaam waaw xaj bi moom mu ngi unka rek de mu ngi tegu si ko daaj bi de waaye su dee yow am nga yërmande pour xaj bi moom bu amul dee xel bi pour gisal ko boppam yow teg ko jëkko yëkkati ko génne daaj bi su na mu toog baax foofu laay waxee so moo tax ma ne la ñun 2026 ma yaakaar naa ne parti bu opposition yi yëpp koo ci gis am na doole léegi-léegi na ëppante nañ doole yemul ndete doomi aadama juróomi baaraam yi sa yemul waaye ñun ñëpp bu ñëwee jël suñ doole yi boole ko yaakaar naa ne tam nguur gi power of incumbency bu Paak Samba Jaw di wax xëy na ñoom fu gaay mun a joxee dem jëli ay nit ñëw dimbali leen si campagne xëy na fu gaay mun a amee ñeneen ñëw xëy na 8 political party yoo xam ne ñii buñ làkkee si soose ñii làkka si olof ñi làkka si pël ñi làkka si joolaa opposition yi bu gaa ñëwee bokkuñ xeet ñii bokkuñ culture bu ñëw bu gaa isee seen ay mbir ñoomit dañu am xëy na yow benn parti Moussa Dieng su dee ñu amuñ làkkati joolaa foofu parti Passama yow am nañ làkkati joolaa bu set wécc mun na dimbale si boor boobu noonu bu dee Moussa Dieng mënut a isi nit ñu jógee nit ñu dëkk Kombo war a dem woote fooñi amuñ passe pour dem xëj na kon Fatou Jaw Maane moom am na opportunité boo xam ne mun naa jox noonu dimbale leen nu ngay mun a àggee fooñi pour woote li mooy dëgg suñ élection yi Gambia soo moo tax ma ne ñun opposition yi yaa xam sa doole fu mu toll su dee yow yaakaar nga ne yaa ëpp dëkk bi yëpp nit loolu bu la neexee nga gëm ko bu dee gëm nga ne tam yaa ëpp dëkk bi yëpp xam-xam bu la neexee nga gëm ko bu la neexee yaakaar nga ne yaa ëpp dëkk bi yëpp comme tam na pour campagne loolu tam bu la neexee nga gëm ko waaye dama ne lii yëpp individual man yaakaar naa ne duñ mun a daanal Adama Barrow si noonu foog ñu seet ni ñoo jëlee lii yëpp boole ko ndaxte Adama wala yëpp la boole buñ ko xeeb Adama Barrow jàngul waaye am na ay jàngkat si parteem Adama Barrow balaa moo ñëw doon président amul koom-koom waaye tey macha allah poosam mu ngi duuf xëy na Adama Barrow moom kenn bu moo ñëw si politique xamutoon ne naanutoon politique waaye tey mu ngi am nit ñoo xam ne APRC ñaar fukki at ak ñaar ñu ngi ruul Gambie buñ leen xeeb nga xam nañ politique soo foog ñu seet lii yëpp xam ne ñii nii nekkuñ ay cuune rek de nekkuñ ay combo yi foog ñu jox leen seen respect xam ne ñii nii seen programme bii nii suñ toogee xeeb leen yaakaar ne Gambie dañoo gis ne rek ne waa dëkk bi courant seer na tooloo nguñ foofu de ma yaakaaruma ko de dama wax ak ay nit da comme ni nga ko fi waxee 77% dañoo toog ñu dëkk baa ngi métti dëkk baa ngi métti waaye di nga wootal Moussa Dia booy Atlanta boobu kooku nañu may Moussa Dia kay booy ma kaal ko lii mooy dëkk nii la gaa dee waxee
c'est true
so foog ñu seet ni ñoo seet naxantee opposition yi suñu diggante nañ bàyyi ku nekk mer bi yes am na li fi jaaroon xëy na am na yoo xam ne mbir yoo xam ne xew na warutoon a xew waaye àdduna moo mel noonu àdduna dafa dox nga jàng li mën njëriñu àdduna soo nga dem ba jàng xam ne yow am na mistake yoo defoon démba nga nangul ko yow it ne méngoo naa mistake démba yow ñu nangul la ne yow it méngoo nga nit nga ñun jaayuñ kenn ne ay malaika ñu nekkuñ Sénégal nekkuñ comme senga bi la ñoo jaay amuñ senga bu ñoo jaay nit ñi nit ñoo jaay mooy nit ñoo xam ne ñu yaakaar nañ ne seen xol seen xel mu ngi pour Gambie te ñoom inshallah yaakaar nañ ne buñ leen joxee réew mi ñoom dinañu mën a dimbale suuxal ñu suñ nekkan yi foofu lañ toll yaakaar naa Musa ak Pa
Fatou, you heard Seku. We're back to coalition talks. I'm sure that you would not believe me. 25 years later, we're still talking about coalition.
Can you imagine?
Can you believe that?
I know it's difficult to even imagine it, but circumstances call for it. It's important. I didn't listen to all that. I was not here, but it makes sense. Yeah, if we are going to go for a coalition, we should be able to, come together no matter what happened, forgive each other, and start a new page. I guess how, I don't know, but it's possible. They're gonna accord it.
Do you think, Father, do you think a change can happen without forging these alliances that we've done in the past, or is there another way that it can be done?
Yes, change can happen without alliances, but it can also happen with alliances too. I'm not going to say a coalition is our best bet, because the word that I've been looking for since the start was defeatism. We don't have to say, voters are like this, or they will never do this, never do that. We all know this, It can be possible. Whatever we want, I think Gambians, we are capable of doing it. How and how we're going to do it, it's one full example that he just gave, and I think that's very, very, that's an option we can look into, but let's see how things go. But I know if we want to do it, if we want change, we can make it happen.
Yeah. So, when I listen to UDP supporters and people even very close to the party, and what they like to kind of float around, I don't know whether it's a feel-good message, which I think it is. Moine, you know what? It doesn't really have to be alliance per se, because they understand the difficulty of it. Sometimes some of them do not want to surrender that, what I would call, they believe they want to have a UDP to compete. They have the voters, the potential voters are there, and they win on their own accord. And that would be the most ideal. And I get that. So what they would say normally is, you know what, if we have all these other parties sending you voter lane, if you have a very strong DOI, if you have a very strong SFL, if you have a very strong Mama Kande, they will take away a whole lot of voters, a lot of votes from the incumbent. And that would kind of give them a way to basically squeak in, because they have a larger base. And when I listen to it, I'm like, okay, ordinarily, everybody should pay attention to it. But for me, sometimes it's like wishful thinking. Yes, that's true. If the Dwight folks go out there and vote in numbers, the federal SFL in numbers, all the other parties in numbers, there is a possibility, really, United Democratic Party could win. So what do you say to that? Do you think there is wishful thinking, or is something that they should explore more? Because by them doing that, then they're not going to invest too much in this alliance thing. Because it's all about winning. If I can win it on my own with this particular formula, why would I even explore?
They can do it to their detriment, I think.
Or initiate. Understand what I mean? Because this thing can work. All I want to do is let SFL do what SFL is doing. You can convince a lot of voters, Mama Kande the same, Doid the same, then you're going to sneak in and win. What say you to that kind of thinking? Now, whether that would also interfere with, because you can't do a viable coalition without UDP getting really involved, and I mean in a very leadership way, in a very involved, and not just I mean, what say you?
Musa, hamga ñune bis ndawal daf doon complain ndawal maanaam ñu xam ndawal comme nga ne yàpp
Yeah, the Seku, you're good.
ñu ne ndawal daf doon complain ne moom kenn du koo tagga
Wow.
kenn du koo jox ciram te boo déggee ne ñu ne ginta gi neex na rek
Ndawal ga
caa bari ñu ne xoromaa ngi toog la di ko xool di ko xeelu na ko waa yow léegi-léegi nit ñi lekk sa ne ñu ne waa graisse bi bari na wala graisse bi neex na mu ne ko mos ngaa dégg nit tagga xorom si cin mu ne ko dee mu ne ko te cin bi soo si defu dee xorom nu ndawal bi bari amul njëriñ du neex.
Samba used to say that.
Lii mooy dégg waaye nag ñu ne ko nag mu ne ko waaye saa yu xorom ëppee rek machine ëpp yaaxa der lépp nu kaani bi saf nu poobar bi manqué nu ndox bi bari su xorom bi ëppee rek wax bi dem na ñëw na ñëpp xorom bi la ñu
wala fa ko de mo na xorof daal suñ ko tuddee si cin
waaw
mbaamu manqué
waaye daal ko taka moom
here is the thing though, Seku.
Wow.
I've seen the UDP guys, or we're the bigger party, everybody. What is the UDP? Why can't the UDP then take the leadership to build a coalition if it believes that a coalition is the best way possible, reaching out to those parties instead of waiting for a third party to come or another party to because if you know what you want and you've come to the conclusion that is if you believe the coalition is the only way that we can win, what is stopping the UDP from building a coalition by taking the leadership, calling these parties and saying, hey, here is what we have on the table? Because the reality of the matter here is, I may be naive or crazy as Musa would want people to believe, but I don't see the UDP in its current form and state going to a coalition that is not going to lead. And this has been the thinking of the UDP since its inception. We are the largest party. The leader must come from us. So now, you cannot just continue to talk about that and then expect other people to bring everybody to you so that you can lead them. So what is stopping the UDP? You, Seku, you are a member of the UDP. Your executive, your party, say, you know what? We need to go to the to the level that we want. We need these parties to come. So we are going to take the lead. We are going to call these people. We are going to organize these meetings so that a coalition will happen. What is stopping you from doing that?
Well, jërëjëf Pa Samba xam nga waxtaan bi fu ñu toog nii fii ñëwoon fii pour build coalition.
déet moom kay la tax ñu ko tudd again ñu ngi sa xorom ca de.
waa xaaral ma ñëw.
ñu ngi xorom sa de ñu ngi tudd xorom ci de.
waaw maa ngi ñëw nga waxtaan bii nii fii nii ñun tey ñëwoon fii pour build coalition.
non build ko waaye ñu ngi yokkante xalaat.
waaw mais la ma ñëw àggali nag.
ok
waaye waxtaan xaaral
ma ñëw
getting it you can
ma ñëw dinaa ko tontu xamoon naa la Moussa wax na la man du may daw question man loo ma laaj dama la ko tontu ñun biir UDP moo tax bu ma ñëwee fii ne ma bañ sa pour mel nii damaa représente UDP.
non
xam nga kon man lu ma leen njëkk a def ma introduce ma bopp ne parti nag waaye soo sa defuma ko sax ngir bugguma ñëw sax pour mel nii dama UDP laay wax. biir UDP nag comme que laaj nga ma ko ñun lu ñoo waxtaanee am na yenn waxtaan yoo xam ne du waxtaani ita loo wax noonu paasa ma yow dégg nañ ko te nekk de yore ko wax de keneen ak keneen wax nañ ko ne UDP depuis 96 ba tey ñun musu ñoo toog ne dañoo door coalition saa su ne nit ñi dañoo isi waxi coalition ñu invite ñu ñoo toog ñu waxtaan si waaye ñu musu ñoo jóg suñu boppa ñu ne ñun dañoo initiate coalition talks right now léegi nag xëj na tam ñun ñoo waxal su waxee maa si Halifa Sonko yi dañ laa na 2016 coalition bi ñoom ñoo ko door ñoom ñoo NRP yaakaar naa Samba Bala tudda xaw ma Samba Bal de I stand corrected waaye baa ma ñëw rek baa ma daaneel ñoom ñu ne youth wing bi of the opposition parties ñoo door 2016 coalition bi waxuma naat yee na yéen de maanaam 2016 laa wax nu mba demee naa loolu nag am na lu amul loolu man foofu noonu Halifa xëj na su ñëwee mun na koo reelal fii nii waaye lu ma mooy la noonu la demee waaye mala biir UDP na Pa Samba Jah loo wax loolu noonu dégg naa ko loo wax noonu man loolu noonu ñun see waxtaan su waxtaan yooyu nag duma ko publier bu fii na duma si wax fii nii publicly foofu naka la fa demee so foofu noonu am nga right pour wax foofu noonu man fu may waxee mooy ñu ne mata bu màggat moo dee gaaw a jàpp dan mata bu bees yéen seen maas yi ñoo xam ne yéen ay général ngeen si xeex bi nii pour génne Gambie la de waxuma la pour dimbale def pas sama jaw dafa mu sawal loo xam ne si programme bi fii nii loolu dama ko dee baax xel every day mu ne ñun doy we are not here to help anyone become president loolu la ko wax mu leer waaye lu mu wax waaye yaakaar naa ne tam ñoom they are not against pour dimbale Gambie dem kanam any conversation that involve loo xam ne bokk na pour dimbale Gambie dem kanam yaakaar naa ne kon doy dinañ si teew nañ déglu nañ si waxtaan waxuma ñu dimbale kenn mu ñoo nekk président man waxuma leen ñoo dimbale UDP nekk government waxuma leen ñoo dimbale NRP nekk GDC nekk dama ne nañ ñoo toog ñu seet ñun buñ demee ba góom ne nguur buñ amee nii nguuri Adama Barrow duñ mën a génne dëkk bi nguuri tappale lañ nguuri njuuñ njaaj lañ dem fa nekkee luubal lañ fa nekkee kon ñun ñu yaakaar ne ñun ñu baaxi nañ toog ñu neen suñu diggante ñu waxtaan seen lu ñoo def ndax waxtaan boobu ku koo door foofu la passama di waxee comme que yéen gum ngeen ne yéen a ëpp nit ñi yéen a ëpp ay nit yéen a gën a mag si political party kon yéen war ngeen a door waxtaan boobu noonu foofu nag du ma su sori bu baax comme yéen a waxtaan ñu ne xam nga booy jëflantee saay-saay bul dee génn di ko wax fooy jaar ndax bu xamee fooy jaar dalaa galgal daan la balaa nga àgg so ñuy toog nii dañuy déglu fii ne nekkul ne ñu ñoo xam ne rek ne gars yi MPP ñu ñoo déglu gars yi Barrow yi seen programme bii nii bés bi la ndee raw et fii dee dañ toog di ko déglu so yéen a waxtaan pasama yow foofu du ma fa sori because suñ ko waxee su nga xamee fu ñoo jëm rek
ñun waxtaanu ne we are speaking for, let's say for instance, a coalition building per se. You coming here basically talking about that loolu amul dara lu mu def ak ne mooy di plan waaye xam nga ñu ne ku nekk war nga ko naka la ko olof di ko sojj
waaw
if we speak honestly and clearly
waaw
at least then ñoom ñi nga xam ne ñoom ñoo yëre mbir mi dinañ xam ne direction bii lañ war a dem mën saa nga li mu min waaye su fekkee ne dañ koy nëppal rek ci suuf that is why we're racing because issue bi mooy ne ñun ñëpp xam nañ ne forming a coalition really shortest way to bring about change difficulty bi mooy how do you bring that together so if we don't deal with the difficulty because I'm not some of the comments comme li ma la wax some of the comments
yow tontu ma la sax man Pa Samba Jaw laa doon jéem a tontu waaye bi yow loo sa tontu bi léegi àgguma fa
ok
waaw yow foo la ca woon mooy comme léegi gars yi United Democratic Party ñu ne suma gars yi ñu ne we are the biggest party in Gambia te duñ mun a am benn coalition fépp nit ñi ku nekk recognize ñu loolu nangul ñu loolu di nga mbir mi tey rek maa ngi bind leen Facebook ali foog ñu génnee ego si mbir mi ñu def ko about country at this point réew mi moo ñu war a ñor ñu ñëw fu mu nekk nii ndaxte boo déggee nga naan ban percentage laa war a am 100% of zero is still zero, Musa Jai. 100% of zero is still zero. Why 20% of 10, believe there's a percentage there. It's not a zero-sum game for American. So,
but we want some question. Mundanyo agree they're the biggest party, which is fine.
Wow.
My question is,
wow.
Wow. The calculation moine.
Wow.
If SFL does extremely well,
wow.
Guy Votoko, Doi does extremely well, Guy Votoko, Mama Kande the same thing. No gom nenye formula bobu moy begin clean for them to win. Man, I think it's wishful thinking. What do you think? They are not putting so much, investing too much to a coalition because if we prop up these smaller parties, they do well. They win.
No, fofu dama fatali guy. Len nekut ne come they are wrong, you are right, or you are wrong, they are right. Dama fatali guy lu Halifa Sallah musona wax. Mune na political party yep dem si nit ñi campaign ut ay nit. Coalition buy am sax dafa fekk bo la ñew ay nit ngeen ay indi walé
moy dëgg.
Waaw so kon lu gaay di wax ne tam kon na political party yep dem campaign ñoo tam dara nekk ci 2016 loolu lañ def political party yëpp a demoon campagne balaa coalition bi di ñëw together am benn groupe loolu amoon na fi gisoon nañ ko fi te formula bi dox na soo kon loolu noonu su man lu ma wax rek mooy man 2026 nu ma gisee trajectory bi nu moo demee tey fu ñoo jublu laa wax fu ñoo jublu ñun am nga soosé dafa lu ñu dee wax e ko ni meta fali bayola ani man fali kan mo kasi la fata jamal lo boo yàggee daax mbaam boo dégote laax mbaam sax di nga xam ay yoon yu bari ñun fu ma gis fu ñoo jëm laa wax pour man suma analysis voting pattern bi change boobu lu bari boo xoolee election results yu xew maasam bi for exemple fuñ yaakaar ne UDP na fa gagné na fa fukk yaakaar ne it MPP na fa gagné na fa nga foofu noonu boo ko xoolee voting pattern bi ci ñu fa soo xoolee Banjul South last time bu UDP taxawlee candidate foofu noonu ñoo NPP UDP lu ñu amoon mooy 300 plus votes NPP lu ngay amoon over 600 plus votes tey boo xoolee démba election results yu génnoon Banjul South after award the voter turnout is lower but it's almost consistently the same the NPP 600 something plus votes PPP seen candidate which is opposition about 300 plus votes so kon voting pattern bi change too much foofu laay waxee léegi pour ñu mën a change voting pattern boobu noonu they need a drastic change dañuy wécceeku boo xam ne nit ñi mën nañ koo gëm pour dem élection tey man dama ko dee wax ni ku nekk presidential election tey United Democratic Party any day boo ñu ooyee presidential election 300,000 votes nañ leen ko tagal lu wér waaye man ma ne yaakaaruma ne 300,000 votes mun na ñoo aagal State House man loolu laa foog man suma xalaat lii nekku xalaati UDP da man laa man Siku Camara man loolu laa xalaat bépp élection bu ñu am 300,000 votes presidential election UDP mun nañ koo teg waaye ndax loolu mun nañoo aagal State House déedéet soo ku dee kon loolu man suma xalaat mooy déedéet nan lañ mën a def ba mun a aaga 400,000 wala 400 plus votes ñan ñooñu mën a dimbale pour ñu mun a am loolu kon nañ dem gisantee gaay waxtaan nañ ñu ne leen suñu diggante ku nekk nag kon nu ma la ko waxee foog ñu nangulanteel tam ñu ne xaaj ñoo ko bañ ne ko boñ bi weex na ku juum tam foo xam ne ñu ne leen suñu diggante foo wóoluwute bi nekkul foog ñu tegante ko wan ne ko man su dee dëgg wóoluma Fatou Jaw maanaam naa ñëw ne ko Fatou man de ba ñu wàll waaye sa mbir daal fii laa ragal si yow te balaa ñoo move forward dama bëgg a maayoo ñu waxtaan si lii si benn lu ndaw lii su boobaa moom it mu mun maa ñeme ne ma comme que loo nga wax man it yow Seeku pour ma am fit pour liggéey yow démba yow it nii naa nele balaa ñoo jàll fii nii foog ñu waxtaan fii ñu am lu wér man foofu laay waxee loolu dara nekku si so waaye nag ku nekk tam foog ñu yëla ci rek United Democratic Party bu dee ñun dañ yaakaar ne ñoo ëppan ñoo di biggest party biir Gambie loolu du fen loolu dëgg la foog ñu joñu ko waaye ndax United Democratic Party tam kese tam mun naa win election déedéet because musuñ koo def na mun naa am indi fii ci loolu xaw ma nag du ma seet kat du ma jarbaan kat du ma la mën a wax ne United Democratic lu musa win election without coalition du ma mun ñeme ñu maa wax loolu dafuma ko waaye dama ne based on luñ gis depuis 1996 ba tey defanguñ ko soo kon luñ mën a def mooy luñ defoon bi gagné 2016 formula boobu noonu gis nañ ko fi te woon naa ko fi last time ma ñëw sa programme bi Moussa man ne la man lu ma séentlu biir Sénégal bi for all the past presidents suñu am biir Sénégal bi même président gagné wut without coalition bu ko dooree si Ablaye Wade ñëw si Macky Sall ñëw si Adama Barrow dem si Sonko kenn gañewul boo xam ne yow yeneen political party ñëwoon jàppale la ngeen dimbale wuñ te liggéey kon foofu laay waxee Fatou Jaw Maane yaa ngi wax soo ma déglu la nag yow loo am si wax loolu
non Moussa Dieng daf la laaj mu ne ndax wishful thinking la what I understood or understand from what he is saying ne UDP is kind of banking on ne okay if all these other parties do well most likely ñoom dinañ rëcca win against Barrow mu ne moom dafa foog ne loolu wishful thinking la man tamit loolu laa xalaat I hear you well and all that you're trying to put together it all makes sense you know in a political situation we all have to come up with strategies and things that make sense, blah, blah. But if UDP does that, that's what I was trying to tell Musa, it's going to be to their detriment. If push comes to shove, Barrow and UDP, they might both lose. So if UDP thinks now, all these parties, if they vote for if voters vote for their party leaders, we might be popular than all of them plus Barrow combined. We can form a coalition against both of these two parties, because we know now we are in a big political situation that we're not happy in the country. We are all upset with Barrow, but we're not minusing UDP out of the problem. So if they are interested in any coalition, fine. But if they think they're not going to join a coalition hoping people are not going to vote for Barrow, they're going to vote for SFL or PDOIs or some other party, they believe if that happens, they will win. That's where they're going to lose big time. Because we can rally, my political, how I see it, this coming elections, if there is going to be a coalition, I think it should be a coalition against UDP and Barrow. These are the same people. If we can build a mini, not a coalition, so a mini revolution, just like how we did against Jame. If we can create a mini revolution to get UDP and Barrow out of the political landscape, that would be our best strategy. Because if not, guess what's going to happen? Always is going to be UDP against Barrow, Barrow against UDP. Barrow is building his party, just power hungry, wreck, and making sure the UDP doesn't win. UDP is going to be there, a very strong political party, but not for country. It's for power, consolidating power, taking Barrow out and consolidating power in the country by any means necessary. Well, minus violence. That's not their agenda, and that's not what I'm trying to say. So your best bet, I don't even know whether you're just here as a commentator or you are.
He's a commentator. He's not coming to represent UDP. No, he's not really. I'm not saying he's not UDP, but he didn't come here to.
No, I'm just asking. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying, trying to. We are all here as commentators. You said that, in the political situation, even though Musa asks you certain questions, you're not going to answer all of them because we are all thinking that too. You think we are telling you everything that we think about you or any other political parties that we think. This is a discussion, girl.
If wishes were horses, everyone would ride.
Wow.
Lolu, your one put form coalition to include NPP, to include UDP, pour win election. Lolu sa xalaat la mu nga ko gëm. Waaye nda reality nga malawa loo xam ne dara ku nekk mu nga am sa belief. Xam nga mbor bu nekk mun naa jóg lekk lanki son koom rek dugg si géew yaakaar dina daan. Waaye mbor bu nekk tam xam nga ku la mun. Waaw li mooy dëgg. So tam moo tax mel na tam waxtaan bi tam fu mu mën a dooree mooy foog ku nekk tam ñu jóg ko ci ram.
I'm not Hebuma Ken like that. Hebuma Ben political party. I'm not giving up on Hebuma Ken because people are voting for them. That's what make all these political parties what they are or who they are. But what I'm trying to tell you, the ideal situation would be that. So UDP doesn't have any. We are not happy with Barrow, but UDP has no wiggle room like we used to. We used to respect them as a big party, as a party where this and that. Not anymore. If they join any coalition to take out Barrow, alhamdulillah, people will be happy for them to be part of the coalition. But if they still have this sentiment or this in mind that we are a bigger party, we are not going to, because UDP, 9 out of 10, they might not want to lead a coalition, to go into any coalition that they don't want to lead. I will be very surprised you make a coalition today with UDP.
Okay, so
and they wouldn't want to lead. I doubt
and what's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with it. But what I'm trying to tell you is, If that's what I suspect, because that's how they are. They will not want any coalition that they will not lead. And some of us, 2016, we did everything possible to make sure UDP leads the coalition.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because at that time, that's what we thought, you know. But for now, it is not, because they are the ones who mess these ones up. They are the one. UDP and Barrow is the same. It's just
I disagree. I just want to
but they are the same. So they don't have that standing, that respect anymore with voters. You know, so they don't have that power where they can say we are going to lead or no coalition. That's fine. If they do that, and when they are aware, that is when the ideal one would be we form a mini revolution against them. It doesn't mean that we will succeed. You know, it doesn't mean that. But if that's what they're going to bank on, you will be surprised what voters will do against these two parties. We'll take them out.
So Musa, this is where I have to wear my partisan hat, because there are allegations made against my party, right? And I cannot sit here.
What's your party? Because I don't know.
Oh, no. I think I told you I'm a UDP.
Oh, okay. No, I did not.
Okay. I am a member of the UDP.
Okay. Why not?
I'm not a position holder in UDP. But the reason why I came here as a commentator was initially the topic we were discussing wasn't partisan at the time. But when you make comments that are allegations against the party, and I'm sitting as a party member, then I feel obliged to at least bring some clarification.
Correct me. What are the allegations?
Right. Number one, you said for UDP, it will always be about UDP and NPP. I want to first take it back and say, UDP, NPP is not our personal, we don't have a personal issue with NPP. UDP, before NPP, it was APRC. That that was considered our biggest political rival in the Gambia. And we went through everything any human being can possibly go through to deal with that situation at that time. Now, the political trend shifted. We have NPP. UDP is still in opposition, and we believe that the trajectory the country is going is not the right direction. And we believe that UDP, we have the right program and the right leadership that can steer the country into the right direction. And we are also going to campaign against the NPP. God forbid, if there is another government that we have to go against, that is not NPP. Let's say it is KKK. The UDP will be considered the biggest opponent, the biggest rival to KKK as well. Lila yala dogal. This is not something law hamne anyone munna say lam lam. UDP is the biggest opposition party in the Gambia. Unless UDP is in government, any political party we know for the near future, I don't know what's going to happen 20 years from now, UDP will be the biggest opposition to that particular government. This is the truth and this is the reality. Now, this does not mean that we are better. Let me land. You ask this does not mean that we are better than any political party in Gambia. This does not mean that we are the only people who have the right people and the right political program to change the Gambia. No. Today in Gambia, Gambian politics, so many people lose trust in UDP. I will push back on that and give you tangible reason, not imaginations, or think what I think are going to happen. We stand for elections in Banjul, the Banjul mayoral election. And our mayor won Banjul overwhelmingly. We stood for a mayoral election in KMC. The president and his entire cabinet, including former mayors, Mayor Lai Conte, Mayor Yankuba Koli, and former mayoral candidates of all different political parties, all came together, ambassadors, vice presidents, and campaigned against our candidate in KMC, and the people of KMC chose the candidate of United Democratic Party. We went to the West Coast. We consider the most diverse population in Gambia and the largest voter population in Gambia. We campaigned in every area in KMC, and our candidate came victorious and scored a number that has never been seen in the Gambia electoral history in mayoral elections. The UDP did that. People gave us their votes. We went to LRI, where during the presidential election, we struggled mightily. And the mayoral elections, the local government elections, our candidate won again in LRR and people gave him a second mandate. So when you say people don't trust the United Democratic Party or lost faith in the United Democratic Party, I would say that is just your opinion. But when you go by facts, and I'm speaking on facts, we won more. We won more. All the biggest local government municipalities in Gambia post-presidential election of 2021. We put up a very, very good fight, and we put up an unprecedented ever in Gambia political history, where an opposition had that many parliamentarians, and we are not in government. First time in Gambia electoral history, we were able to score that many parliamentarians and put them in a law-making body to stop the borough government from implementing certain bad laws that all the other governments in the past enjoyed, and borough government could not enjoy it. And the councillor elections, United Democratic Party overwhelmingly won in places like KMC. We split LRR. We won overwhelmingly in the biggest electoral region of the Gambia, that is the West Coast. So when you make an accusation that United Democratic Party, people don't trust us, I would push back on that and say that is an unfair allegation and it's not backed by facts.
Okay. You can think whatever you think. So you as a big political party, the biggest.
Yes.
You think you can beat Barrow in any elections? Any more in the future? It will not. It's not going to happen. When I say lost, we don't trust UDP anymore, because we still have it in our heads that Barrow is a product. NPP is a product of UDP, and we got to our issues today. All this that has happened. Of course, we're going to forgive UDP. We're going to come back to the table. We are going to talk, but it did not escape us. The fact did not escape us. So this time around, when UDP comes to any form of political alliance talks, they are no longer coming with that bravado. They don't have it anymore. Maybe they still have the biggest party. People who support them. But we are not going to give it to them again for the second time. Come on.
So let me come to that again. That's also another false narrative, because you are at this point ignoring the facts. But because in a court of law, what do they say? We have to look at the facts of the evidence. We cannot just give our opinion based on our emotional feelings. Right? Now let's investigate what you just said. You said that NPP is a product of the UDP. And you said that you can no longer trust us because of we gave you better. Let me first start with this statement. I always say this anywhere I go. Put me back in December 2nd, 2016. I will still campaign for Adama Barrow. I will still give my vote to Adama Barrow. And I will still hope that he become president. Back to December 2nd, 2016. Because what we were up against, it was a life and death situation at that very moment. So we did not regret campaigning for Adama Barrow. We did not regret giving Adama Barrow to the Gambian people in 2016, because funya one demba wallahi billahi tela te rek way funjel one demba funya one bo gisee tay ñi ñu tok fi ni di wax yana wasat te mo ne mota. So man lolu UDP, we are not running away from that. If anyone ever think that you can stigmatize us with that, we are embracing that. We've stood and fought for Gambian people, and where necessary, we put up a candidate at the time based on the realities that was in existence. Our entire executive, almost 60% to 70% of our executive were incarcerated.
We were behind you then. The whole country was behind you then.
Right. Some of our young people were slain in the streets of Westfield in front of our eyes. And the entire Gambian people also share the same beliefs with us. And they believe that with a coalition, we were able to remove back. Now, let's talk about Adama Barrow himself. Now, you said that NPP is a product of UDP. United Democratic Party, we campaigned for Adama Barrow. We were part of the government. We held 3 cabinet positions. If you want to criticize us and audit what we did, we can come back here for another day. Muna la dig daye. Musa tegal ñu réunion. Ma ñoo wala United Democratic Party. Nga wama sun failure yep of the 3 ministers that we had in government, and then I will tell you all the success of our 3 ministers we had in government. Lolu benn la. Waaye ñun ñoo toog ba gis ne ñu ne Adama Barrow dafa soppi doxin. Xariti démba yu ko gisee woon gisee ko xarit yooyu tey. Mu doon jikko yoo xam ne ñun feesu sumbut on ba ci jawmaane man diga ñun comme noo ñoo xasee nii foo ñu bëgg a dëkkal gaali xaj boo ñu bëgg a dëkkal su fekkoon na diga ñun UDP foofu rek lañ tollu woon ñun mun nañoo toog ba tey nekk si Adama Barrow kan moo si mul dara kenn mënuñoo dóor kenn mënuñoo def dara te dara du si génn waaye non buñ gisee Adama Barrow bu mu génnee moo UDP ñun buñ ko wanee la ñun sa politique feesu suñu but fu mu nekk ne soppi nga dox ki nooy demee defatuñ ko ñu génne si mu daxañu si nguuram ñan la indi APRC boobu noonu ñun xeexoon génnee leen fi tey su dee da ngaa credit anyone in MPP critical APRC because no doomi UDP yu nekkoon UDP yoo xam ne ñu bëgg a dem farleel Adama Barrow dañ resign UDP dañ baax dañ génn UDP ñeneen ñu daaxal leen ñun parti bi ñoo leen daaxa maa si ñoom Sirifo Sonkoy nekk West Coast gars yi dem bokkat suñ député yi ñun ñoo leen daaxa ñoo xam ne ñun dañ dem ba gis ne ñoom fu mu nekk nii faraluñ nit ñi ñoom Adama Barrow la rek la gaay topp di moom rek lañ faral soo kon ñun doo ñu mën a blame na ñun ñoo leen jox NPP déedéet ñun Adama Barrow coalition government lañ leen jox Adama Barrow suñ constitution bi daf ko jox droit dooleel ko ne léegi soo nekkee executive president lañ am Gambia amul parliamentary election
from the coalition
executive president boobu noonu moo jël doole téere réew mi constitution bi doole bi mu ko jox moo fal ay ministre bu mu toogee mu daaxa ñu ko ne ñu ko gënal mu kipleen si nguur gi mu isi ñeneen gaa ñoo bokk si nguuraam bi mel ni APRC so loolu noonu Adama Barrow moo jox Gambia ni NPP du UDP.
So Seku. I know. No. I mean, Fatioka, you will have the last word. We're almost there. This was supposed to last.
Yeah, man, I have to go out of it.
But you definitely, I mean, having you on, Seku, it's a pleasure. And I'm sure that most of our viewers will appreciate
Seku. We're going to have Seku until elections because he's not going to agree. You know how UDP is.
And if Papamola pushed, then you decided to wear your UDP hat, but it's all good. We also have, there are other people that are watching from the SFR camp. They're basically saying that, look, we're tired of this same old. Some of the insinuations that Fatu made, like a third rail, I remember back in 2021, I kind of suggested that. Let's forget about UDP and NPP and let's form a third rail that will bring about change. SI is saying he's a new kid on the block. So hopefully we'll get them on this platform to tell us how do they intend to make sure their candidate, that is Sobea in the APP, can be the formidable force. APP and Sobea, the formidable force for change. We will give them an opportunity also to come here on this platform. But Fatu, what's your final response to not Seku Kamara who came with the coalition?
It looks like Seku and I, we're going to have it on until, what's the date for the next elections in the Gambia?
It's going to be December of 2026.
Until December 2026. Seku is not Seku is not going to agree. What I'm trying to tell you, Seku, is
yes,
UDP, you guys are very organized. You are a sample of UDP. Very smart, grounded, articulate. Name it, you have it. And you said you are the biggest party. But since we put this coalition together, since 2016 up to today, we have tested your leadership. Starting from the coalition, you were leading it. You were the ones hiring and putting things together.
I disagree, but go ahead.
As a UDP leadership. So from there up to today, I think 50-60% of whatever we are going through today stems out of that leadership, which is the UDP-led coalition. So trying to say that if we are having any coalition, UDP, I know UDP will not. I'm gonna you prove me wrong, but you are not going to accept any coalition if you're not going to lead it.
No.
I suspect that. I'm not saying that's what you're gonna do, and I know you said you're the biggest party. You guys can keep on that. You just hold on to that tight and see what will happen. But let me be clear too, just Musa Jang says, if you guys think you're the biggest party, you don't want to, because I suspect you guys will not take any coalition that you will not lead. And if that make, just as you said, if because of ego and thinking you're the biggest party that you want to slide out, I think that's when you're going to see a revolution against you and the NPP. Your best bet would be come into coalition talks if there is any. If there is any, listen with an open mind. But I'm trying to tell you, you don't have the respect anymore. It doesn't matter how big you think your party is. You don't have that respect anymore that we are going to agree to. Like last time, 2016, before we got to the table, what we went through is all because UDP is stronger, UDP is bigger, and we all fell to the ground. We wanted a coalition. We wanted to take out Jammeh. You guys don't have the wiggle room anymore. We're not even going to give you that, that's not going to happen for you. But then again, politics is risk and gamble. You all have your right to say or do whatever you think. Either you join a coalition, or because you think you're biggest, you can try to convince other political parties to run after you to go, because I know without you leading, you all are just for power. You want a power. You want a UDP controlled government. And in as much as we don't like Barrow, even myself, I will not participate into that. It will not happen. And we can bet you and I, 2026 is going to come.
Jërëjëf Fatou.
Wow.
Closing remarks mooy waaw closing remark bi foofu mooy lu ma see tegle mooy Fatou xam nga looloo ne si démocratie.
Waaw
ni United Democratic Party ñooñ pour defante kenn. ñun dañ ñëw pour suxal dëkk bi. Dëkk baa ñu ñor.
Yéen defante is your trademark. So ne ñun defante wuña kenn. I don't know how you're going to escape that. If you can take that negative defante out of it, then believe me, you will have something else. But already your brand, we've tested you. So you don't stand that wiggle room. You don't stand that respect among Gambian voters, because you already tested with the coalition and all that went down up to today. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So, you are not on this forum.
Okay. Have to come another day.
No, Sekou, we can come back some other time. Because we've been here 3 hours.
United Democratic Party ñu ñëwuñ fii nii pour defante kenn ñëwuñ fii pour xëccoo waxuloo saagante xasante kenn ñun leela moo ñu ñor mooy Gambia dañ toog ba ay jamono gis ne Adama Barrow nguuram nu moo doxee ñu jaakaar ne ñii fu nekk ne dëkk bi ñoru la ñii seen bopp lañ fi nekkal ñu di rocceeku jógee si gannaawam ñun fuñ nekk nii kon nu ma ko dee waxee ëllëg laa wax ëllëg God forbid Yankuba Dabo bu nekkee président ni Gambia Yankuba Dabo bugg a def lu Adama Barrow di def suma maasi biir UDP ak ñeneen la ñemeen te suma maasi bari nañ UDP de man dama ne Fatou Jaw maa ne fi la ñoo toogaat ñoo nekkaat opposition si Yankuba Dabo su defee naka su dul noonu ndaxte ñun lu ñu ñor mooy Gambia nekkul suñ bopp nekkul ne suñ xariti nekkuñ suñ famille Gambia bi yépp moo ñu ñor waaye yoo xalaat yoo am ni du lu ay constitution bi tam mais la pour nga yoo xalaatee noonu foo ñu dëkkal man dama ne ñun dëkkuñ foofu waaye lu nekk si waxtaan la xit ñun fi ba 2026 UDP ñun la suñ liggéey la ñun pour ñu naxantee yow ba wecci sa xalaat nooy xalaatee nii ak yoo xam ne lu tax nga xalaatee nii xëy na am nga dalil yu wér kay
why Sekou I don't defend Fatou.
Wow.
After Jammeh was sent packing,
wow,
it was a period of time.
Wow.
GDP supporters like yourself, people that I know were in the struggle with us.
Wow.
They were defending the indefensible.
Words.
No more. Bad boy.
Anga man wo man lol yep amut. Anga waxon na ne.
Somewhere around 2018, before the breakaway, before the break.
Wow.
I mean, UDP supporters were defending a lot of things. The budget. I mean, we were here on the same platform.
Wow.
Giving of cars to the National Assembly members that Barrow gave away. They were just looking the other way. So it's not like whatever he's saying is just an opinion.
No, we've been there and we've checked. We've been checked. The presidency, the leadership, the ministerial, the support. We've tested you guys.
I'm going to what the Kachila. Man, UDP make a mistake. Jinga konumala kawai si aduna. Jinga musa man. Nyeme na wane. Man. Lum Lionel Messi lost penalty. Man se ku kamera lose mo ko si penalty. Wa lolu taxut na ma da kick Lionel Messi kick penalty. Nde kula je so xolé number of penalty you Lionel Messi score si aduna. Is no mistake tam su deta mo open wall bi miss penalty si aduna bitam. Ndakte lolu aduna mo mel non. Ku nekk si xey politique lu mu fanweri at ren sorry dewen ñu ngi am fanweri at ku liggéey si politique fanweri at fokk léegi nga am yena junte yu am sa
why the only time fairly or unfairly and I think that sometimes people cannot judge them but at that time it was seen as a UDP government even though it wasn't totally their decision was very decisive. And that's all I'm saying. So
it's just like they're asking us to give them a leadership again.
UDP
you talk fini. Yen hamulen watan tam you don't am su run in cabinet. Hamulen yen. Amna yena xito yo xamne xejul ci cabinet yoy tam ay one-on-one meeting la digante sun ndita party ak kini Adama Barotam si office am nga yegulen lol man lu meena war ne moy amna yena watan yu amone yo xamne United Democratic bi bañ ñun doñ bañ ñal Adama Baro li mo waral mota mu daxa ñu gene ñu
non
Yamadi
Seku
way man way ma yo Musa nga yo Musa lo ma wax
I need to push back on this one
way Musa yo lo bëgg ma wax da nga bëgg ma wax ne kon da nga bëgg ma wax ne kon la da ba mo yon president 2016
no dama minute di break
kind of yes Musa say yeah
did it man dama
no lima min moy ne
wow
if Barrow did not form Barrow's Homa youth movement and then people begin within the party they begin to see ne kini mu jema reinstate bopam now belongs to them.
Wow.
That did not happen. And I don't believe it was the disagreement from policies. Because if you want to defend something publicly, and then we have to come again. So that can go away, Seku.
Yeah, Seku.
No, I know what time.
No, Seku, we are going to go there. We are going to go there.
Musa, so lem buge wax. So lem buge ñu am fi benen ñu pencho fi wa lotane lo xamne ko defal bi ne. Bepp lepp lu UDP def ci nguuri Baro. Lo xamne ba tay Gambie ñu seen jëriñu. Ñu waxtaan si yéen ngeen wax ma lépp lu suñ gaay yi UDP nekkoon si government yi Baro lépp lu gaay yaaxa yéen ngeen wax ko ñu dégg ñu waxtaan si man foo bëgg ñu nangoo
government is collective you cannot say ne Amadou Sané moo fa nekkoon the reason why this
Moussa loolu ngeen fi def léegi nii yéen ngeen ne UDP la Moussa yaa Fatou Diaw maa ne léegi nii loolu ngeen fi wax ngeen ne UDP ñoo ko def ma ne nangul naa leen ko léegi nañ toog next another time
you had your chance
ñoo lim lu UDP yàq yépp si nguuri Adama Baro man limal leen lépp lu UDP defar si nguuri Adama Baro waaye man lu waa bi fu ma ko daanee rek mooy fii comme ma la ko waxee ñun ñëwuñ pour xëccoo ñëwuñ non Fatou man may marit ñëwuñ pour xuloo ñëwuñ pour xëccoo dama ne Fatou Diaw maa ne xëj na moo ju ay mbir moo am o ay jaar-jaar moo am lu tax moom mu dem bam ne moom amoon na yaakaar si UDP amatul yaakaar si UDP léegi UDP loolu ñun suñu liggéey la ñun naka la ñoo mën a def ba wéy ci xalaati Fatou Diaw maa ne moom ñëw wóoluwaat joxaat ñu karta moom foofu lay wax lu nekk waxtaan la Fatou yow Gambie doomi Gambien nga te ñu man am naa yaakaar ne yow borom kaddu ga foo jógee soo waxee dañoo déglu man moom bu laa déglu du tey de yow tam boo doon taxaw di wa Gambien yi ne Fatou Diakhoumpa Cissé su Chinese yi colonisé Gambie sax muy njëkk a laaka Chinese loolu tey yaa maa dégg soo ñun nekkuñ ne ñun dañ la xeeb oo dañ la jàppee ku bon déedéet man dama ne yow iñ nag dafa am ay jaar-jaar yu am ju tax tey yow nga xalaat noo xalaatee nii si UDP ndax da nga ne doon xalaatee nii si UDP mam na la kon léegi loolu suñu liggéey la ñun à sa parti United Democratic Party naka la ñoo mën a waxtaanoo yow diisoo yow na dum baadin bu na kacca ñu seen lan lañ mën a def ba yow sa maas yi nekku na yow kenn nga pare yow sa maas yi bari nañ Gambia ñu foog lii si UDP man naka lañ mën a def ba naxantee yow waxtaan ak yow ba isi la pour yow yaakaar boo amoon si ñun yaakaar boo ñun ñu gën koo fas na am nangutoo am mun a seeti ñoo génnee Gambia moom foofu rek lay waxee.
Sekou. Samba, what happened to you?
Sekou.
No, I was doing some stuff, but I just wanna in all honesty, I was listening to Bankamane because he spoke briefly at the lecture series for Solo Sending, and he gave a very powerful and profound speech, definitely. And today also happens to be the 9th anniversary of, we all remember the Kalama Revolution when we woke up to that?
Yeah,
it all happened today, 9 years ago. So let's just not forget the people who sacrifice everything. Because quite often I think we just forget them. And as I listen to Banker speak on those issues, it's really sad. But it is what it is.
We've come a long way. It's been a lot.
It's been a lot. Sekou,
wow.
Let me tell you something there. Unless those contradictions are addressed head on, forming a coalition will be a very, very difficult thing. One thing the UDP cannot also do is to act like it did not make any mistakes during the thing. There was a time when we were called, what is it? Sojimals or whatever, because Barrow could do no wrong. That was here. So the thing is, there is a saying in Wolof. I know you like using your local language. Neku yar sambur bara mo dan ken yola njeka dan. And I think the UDP's, let me call it lack of vision in that instance, and overzealous defense of Barrow was strengthening the guy's stance, because I believe then when Ousainou Darboe said, if anybody wants to force him to do 3 years, I'll take the person to court. That is something that we are still dealing with today, because I think it strengthened Barrow's resolve, and the first casualty of that was whom? The UDP, because he started going, you know what? Now I'm going to start getting your Yai complaints to my side. And of course, everything came to a head when Ousainou realized, now, okay, this guy is not only trying to go for 5 years, but he also wants to take over my party. So all I'm saying, for a coalition to happen, there must be a very honest conversation. Because we cannot just have another coalition just based on feel good. One thing that we also have to accept is 2016 is not 2026. 2016, Gambia faced an existential threat. Our people were dying. The whole UDP leadership was in jail. Solo Sending was killed. It became too much for the people, forcing the people to say, you know what, something has to be done, otherwise we'll all die. That is not the reality that we live in now. It's a different reality, so it's going to be a lot harder. But again, for us or anybody who is interested in a coalition, there must be wahante degate rew mi tas. You know, we have to touch heads, sit in a room, be very honest with each other, air out all the differences that we have, all the contradictions that were in place, reassurances, and then you move forward.
So ma doon déglu bu ma dooree waxtaan bi yaakaar naa ne Pasamba Jobe fooy wax nii foofu laa ko dooree woo.
No, I am agreeing with you. I'm not saying what I'm just talking about in general terms. That must happen. Otherwise, you're not going to have what you call.
I'm going to fall in the one. Man dama lang ko nangu. Man leen am na UDP. Am nañ jumte yuñ defoon. Mais ñaaku si. Man waxuma ne amut. Dama na tam waaye buñ ko waxee tam nañ wax si beneen boor bi tam. For example, 3 years bu nit ñi dee wax bu ne 3 years baa nekk su dee coalition 2016 nit ñi for example quote unquote suñ ne comme misaal la suñ ne failure la mandarga bu gaay use mooy 3 years bi moo nekk mandarga.
It was very important.
Right. Okay. So for example 3 years boobu noonu man maa ngi fàttaliku bu parti leader génnee wax si 3 years boobu noonu man suma maas yi man we are against it. Masi Yankuba Daboy, chairman West Coast. Watana se mom watana si mom man luma fo mom lola fo mom d'accord ton si baro romba ñetti ati waxuma la bala dem jël
that was Pul Yanks is my comrade.
Wow.
No,
And I supported 3-year jotna 100%. Yang did not just arrive when Usenu said that. Almost the whole UDP.
They were all
Yang, no, believe me. No, we can. There are receipts for that.
No, mota madala.
Yang support on the 5 years. Hamga affair bi fan nekon.
Wow.
Most UDP supporters were saying, okay, this is our thing. We're just gonna go through the 5 years, and then that was their rationale.
Yes.
But put all out MOU with 3 years lawa. MOU.
Remember, man damay na bugan nangul na tam dama bugan ngeen nangul man tam UDP ta amon na ñoo xamne ci bi parti bi ta nanguñ ko woon
no, why they were not blowing no Seku, maybe from within but a megaphone out there man de fatale ko mako
wa xam na
yow these are people
I think they pull the proof.
Wow.
No, honestly, how the UDP would come and tell us how great the this thing policy was, the vehicle policy.
Wow.
Wow. Sometimes you just have to accept that, you know what, this was a mistake on our side.
Why
I'm not trying to, because I'm gonna know what happened.
Man mistake bo dama ko nangul. Man nekul ben nekul fi rek. Man ker faatu dem len setan ko wal setan man lolu wonna ko fu nekk.
Seku.
The biggest probably political mistake we UDP make more when the party leader said 3 years anybody who want to force Barrow to step down in 3 years apply your court. Was very detrimental to his political living ambitions in 2021.
It's not really the statement alone. It was not really the statement alone.
Why for me no one more? Don't muna jël parti bi tam ngam tëj ñu kaso saani caabi bi.
No. Te fofu nga desangu.
Waxoon naa ko ma ne la Moussa ku la mag ëpp la sagar. Democratic Party for 30 years. Lawyer Ousainou Darboe in public service. Lawyer Ousainou Darboe xam ne lu mu liggéey si Gambia over 50 years lu mu liggéey si Gambia. So in the entire 50 years amuñ dara luñ ko dooree lenge lu dul benn time boobu noonu.
I think Seku, there's one thing you are missing. Gis nga sey fu mu nekk nii su fase amee.
Waaw.
Mbaa fay am.
Waaw.
Suñ ne nañ waxtaanal sey bi. La xewoon ba fase am mbaa fay am yëpp dinañ ko war a wax.
Dëgg.
Te loolu du ca génnee nag ndax jëkkër ji njëriñoon na ko ndax jabar ji njëriñoon na ko. Waaye li nga xam ne moo taxoon ba fas am. Mbaa fase am. Foog ñu waxtaanaat ko pour mun a delloowaat sey bi si boppam. Waaye duñ ne ñëwaat den rek ngeen sey rek ngir yàlla.
Waxuma loolu.
La taxoon fas ñëw.
Anam bi lan la passé ma job Fatou Diaw ma ne dafa am lu mu fo dafa ne United Democratic Party ñun nit ñi wóolootuñ ñu gomatuñ ñu te duñ ñu musa trosa moom luy mooy cadeau moom foofu laay bañ ma ne ko ne man bañu ma ne ay mistake amoon na soo déggee passé ba fu tas yaakaar am na yaakaar a njëkk a am doo musa am tas yaakaar si ni ko musa yaakaar soo ni mooy moom bi amoo yaakaar si yow dem ne moom yaakaaram dafa tas man dama ne kon ñu ngi nañ toog waxtaan ñu neen suñu diggante seet fu ay mistake am ñu waxtaanee ko waxante digga
Seku
and give you the leadership again.
I can
man ba tey gëm naa ne United Democratic Party am nañ ay xalaat am nañ ay nit am nañ ay mbóot yoo xam ne ba tey am naa yaakaar ne ñun ñoo génnee dëkk bi yóbbu ñu fuñ bugg a dem
Man, I have to go to Jeng. I don't want to close on you guys, but my time.
It was not only the statement about the 3 years. That was just the symptom.
Because I'm tangal suma super bi so motax may jog di ñëwaat.
Lañoo fesi lañoo taxi ni manin mo uti super xam nga yow amulo jabar ñun nak ñun da ngay waru ñun ñu tangal super yi so suñ paré rek dañuy ñëw ni ñi jaay añ baagi.
Lool la de.
Ba suma mag wala de touch ma mag ba ko li vous allez yow
Sehu, this is the thing.
Wow.
Look, it was not only the 3 years, to be honest. There was a reason why we couldn't have a coalition.
Probably we can get into that another time.
Yeah.
I have to go.
Wow.
We will have to have this conversation again.
Seku is not going to lock us here, us up here.
Before we can with all that, I believe that there is a need to hit that reset button if we are going to bring about change in 2026. If we want to go back and relitigate and revisit every mistake that was made, or pumping our chests, or trying to excuse things that we have done, I think it's going to make it very difficult for us to come together.
So man lolo Musa bañu mako day mané nañ tok waxtaan ñi nga yeen ñepp concern ñoo leen am ni ngeen ñoo waxtaane ko ñu ñepp
it's a trust
ba pare ñu ñoo ñu seet ñu nit ñu la def légui
and then you come in.
I have to go. Seku, I'll see you another time.
Inshallah. Thank you very much.
Seku, thank you. You made a program out of this.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Pap Samba. And to our viewers, it is what it is. We will be back.
Thank you.
Inshallah. Seku, thanks, man.
There you
go. The other side. All right.